זה טסט. נקסט. רגע, אני אגדל ווליום, אני מכיר בכוונה. אוקיי. אתה במיקרופון?
כן, במיקרופון.
לא. 3. עובד. לא בטסט, ועכשיו אנחנו להיא שמתחברת למתורגמנית, ואני רוצה עוד שהיא תשמע אותנו.
היא צריכה לאשר אותה עוד פעם? או שהיא...
לא,
לא, אבל כאילו את המייל לאשר כפוסט. אלה שלך? לא, המזוודה? לא. כן, כן, כן.
כשמדברים צריך למצוא ישראל, כל פעם שירות שמדבר. כן, כן. זה מה שנקרא את זה כל הזמן. לא, זה ככה, לא עושה. אני מרוכזים על זה, והכל מוקלט, הכל מוקלט.
אז מקום שאתם רוצים לעשות טייק?
להקטין, רצו גם שם להזכיר, אבל יכולו להביא מפה או משהו כזה. רוצים שם שזה יהיה נורמלי.
אפשר לדחוף את זה לשם, לא יודע כמה...
זהו, אני רוצה לדחוף את זה מתחת את הכל ולהסתיר מפה, מה שאפשר. עכשיו נראה לי בסדר טוב.
מה?
הוא רוצה שנראה יפה.
כן.
הוא קרא לי מה נוסקן טייק, לא חשבתי את זה בשביל זה.
כן, כן, כן. כן, כן.
פה אמרנו להחליף מפות.
כדי שלא יקראו זה, קאפלים.
לא.
כן, כן, להחליף כמו מפה.
איזה, זה?
וזה.
וזה לא?
בואו,
הבאתי שתי מבות.
רגע, למה להחליף?
שמפתי גדולה, תכסית הקו וכל הדבר הזה.
הבנתי. מפה גדולה?
אז זה גם גדולה, רק צריך לפתור.
יש. כן, אתמול התחברנו נורא, לא?
חשובה, מיקרון פתוח.
אבל היה צריך עוד מישהו שיתחבר
אנחנו עוד לא פותחים את הקטע של התרגום.
הנה, your internet connection is unstable. לוקח לו קצת זמן, גם אתמול זה היה. כן. מה קרה? זה בגלל שהוא מתחיל... להיכנס שוב? הנה, הנה. וציוד לאוזניות רגילות של סימולטני אתם לא יכולים לעשות, ואז יהיה לכם רק משדר לזום? כאילו שהם ישמעו במערכת של תרגום סימולטני, אם אין לכם כזה דבר? כי זה היה פשוט מקל אולי. אפשר להיכנס שוב, אתה רוצה להיכנס שוב? לפתוח את המצלמה, להגיד לו? אבל הם לא ישמעו אותי. אתם יכולים בבקשה לפתוח את המצלמה? ניכנס שוב. שלום לכם, אתם מתחברים עם מצלמה?
לא, זה כאילו, עם ה... זה שם כרגע זה 1, זה 6 מטר רדיוס, זה 2, כאילו 3. כל אחד 3 מטר. וזה האוקיי, זה מה שיהיה... זה כולל את כל החדר. אוקיי, כדי שלא יהיה מצב שהוא יהיה אקו, לא רוצה שיהיה פה מצב שבו... הסיבה היחידה שיכול להיות אקו, הסברתי אתמול, האוזניות שלכם, אם הן מוציאות סאונד והן לא אוטומות לגמרי, הוא עובר לפה, הוא חוזר באקו.
הבנתי.
צריך לשים גם שאתם מקשיבים, אני לא יכול להגיד לכם כמה חזק להשמיע לכם, אם זה יוצא החוצה, המיקרופון נשמע. הוא לא יכול למנוע את הלופ הזה. זה מגבלה שהיא...
צריכים טיפה להניח את הוויס באוזניות.
עכשיו אני פה, ואם אני אשמע שאני שומע מכם, אני פשוט אעיר לבן אדם.
צריך להעיר לאנשים אין ברירה.
זה בשביל זה אני...
זה הבורים וגם זה אנחנו, להעיר לנו אין ברירה.
אני רואה שחזר האינטרנט, אז בואו נעשה את זה.
הוא מתחבר. חברת?
בסדר, בואו נעשה את זה.
אוקיי. אני מקבל שהווליום פה, כדי שנשמע אותה גם עם האינטרנט. קרן, תגידי לה שתתחבר גם.
היא מחוברת. היא מחוברת, אני אגיד לה לעלות.
לעלות, אני צריך לראות אם אני שומע אותה. אני לדבר איתה, אני צריך לראות אם אני שומעת אותה. וידאו חשובה, מדברים אחד. וידאו, למה וידאו יש מלא מזה? אנחנו בעוצם שלנו יודעים מתי לשנות.
אתם שומעים אותי? אני כאן.
כן, לא שומעים, שנייה אחת. אם הוידאו מנסה להביא את שניהם בו זמנית, ואז הם לא מסוגלים להבין מה קורה. זה משהו מאוד חשוב.
לא שומעים.
לא הבנתי? שומעת אותנו או לא?
אני שומעת, אבל כשאתה זז מהמיקרופון,
לא זזתי, אני עוד לא...
האיכות היא... לא, אבל כשהלכת קצת
לא הלכתי.
הצידה, עכשיו לא.
אני במקום, אני עומד.
אתה עומד, אם אתה על המיקרופון זה בסדר.
אני כרגע על המיקרופון. מה שאני אעשה זה עכשיו, אני אתחיל להסתובב, ותגידי לי איך את שומעת.
אוקיי.
אני סופר פשוט, ואם יש איזושהי בעיה, תגידי לי.
טוב.
1, 2, 3, 4.
תראה, לספור זאת לא בעיה.
אוקיי.
אתה צריך ממש לדבר, ספר לי משהו. משהו שאני לא יודעת עליך.
שב בנקודה, תעשה פלואו.
הכל בסדר. רק שאני היחיד שמדבר ולא כמה אנשים שמדברים בזמנית, כי אז זה יעשה בעיה. אוקיי. אני כרגע נמצא באזור של העמדה של העד, ואני מדבר לא בקול חזק.
שומעים.
שומעת אותי טוב, אוקיי. אני אעבור עכשיו לעמדה אחרת שהיא די קצה החדר, האזור של הצלם. ואני עומד פה ואני שואל אותך איך את שומעת אותי כרגע, אם את שומעת אותי טוב או לא שומעת אותי טוב?
פחות טוב מקודם, כרגע אני שומעת, בואו נראה אם אתה...
אוקיי, אני אתקרב טיפה.
תגיד.
אני אתקרב טיפה עכשיו, אני עכשיו עומד בעמדה של... אמיר? אמיר. איפה שאמיר יושב ומקשיב גם כן, ואיך את שומעת אותי כרגע?
בסדר.
אוקיי. אני אמשיך להתקדם, ואני עכשיו הולך לפינה בעצם אחרת של החדר, ואיך את שומעת אותי כרגע, אם את שומעת אותי או לא שומעת אותי?
שומעת, יש קצת... תדבר יותר, בוא נראה. אינטרסטי, איתמר.
בעיה, אני ממשיך לדבר. אני אספר לך שהגעתי היום ב7 בבוקר, לראות שהכל עובד. כמו יצאנו מפה ב9 בערב. וגם עשינו בדיקות, צריך להגיע לפה לעוד ציוד כדי שנגדיר עוד יותר את הווליום. איך בינתיים?
בסדר, סביר. יותר טוב מאתמול בטוח.
אין בעיה, אני ממשיך להתקדם בחדר, הלכתי עכשיו בעצם לפינה הכי רחוקה של החדר מהצד השני. איך את שומעת אותי כרגע? אם את שומעת טוב, שומעת לא טוב?
בסדר.
אוקיי, מעולה. אני ממשיך להתקדם בחדר, אני נמצא עכשיו באזור של דרור, אני מניח שהוא ידבר פה הרבה היום, הוא עוד ינסה. האם את שומעת אותי טוב?
דבר עוד. לא estás escuchando, איתמר?
גם מישהו החליט להתקשר אליי תוך כדי, אני לא אענה לו. אובג'קשן? שוב, אני כבר עומד למיקרופון, אין שום סיבה שלא תשמעי אותי טוב, אני אמשיך להתקדם. אני הלכתי שוב לפינה של החדר, כרגע מי שנמצא המסך, שבו הם רואים בעצם את הדמויות. איך את שומעת אותי כרגע?
בסדר.
אוקיי, עשינו את כל החדר, שומעים אותנו.
טוב, בסדר קצת...
לא מאוד צלול.
כן, זהו, צודק איתמר, אני פשוט מנסה לא להיות קשוחה.
אני מבין את זה, אנחנו שוב, יש מרחקים פה שונים בין המיקרופון לבין האנשים.
עכשיו שומעים, עכשיו טוב, נכון? איתמר.
עכשיו אני על המיקרופון המרכזי, זה בטוח, אני ממש עומד עליו.
כשאתה עומד עליו זה הכי טוב.
זה בטוח, אבל אנשים פה זה לא 100%. שוב, אפשר לחבר זה עוד יותר לשפר לכם את השמיעה, אבל עדיין אפשר לשמוע את הכל בכל מקום בחדר בצורה טובה, בתנאי, היות שזה בזום, שהם לא מדברים בו זמנית. כשהם ידברו בו זמנית, אתם לא תשמעו טוב, כי אתם שומעים שניים בו זמנית וככה הזום מעביר. וזה כבר נוהל שיחה פה שהם צריכים להתמודד איתו ברמה שככה עובדים, כי כשאתם נמצאים בחדר האוזניים שלכם יודעות לראות מי מדבר ולהפריד לבד, המוח עושה את זה. בזום הוא לא עושה את זה. זום לא יודע, הוא מעביר את מה שהוא שומע. אז אנחנו נתזכר אותם מדי פעם אם צריך, אני מקווה שלא נפריע הרבה, שהנוהל הוא אחד מדבר, לא יותר מזה.
טוב.
אוקיי, עכשיו אנחנו נפתח את הנושא של התרגום.
חכה שאיתמר יבוא.
אוקיי.
הוא פה, אבל איתמר? נדמה לי שהוא אצלכם עכשיו. איתמר, אתה פה?
שלא תהיה עם הגב, שתהיה עם הפנים לפה. אני מתכוונת
איפה קרן מדברת? לא שומעים אותה בכלל.
היא לוחשת כרגע מהפינה.
כן, אז אותה לא שומעים טוב.
כי היא לוחשת. אם מישהו ילחש פה, אין לי דרך להגיד מה את הקודם שלו.
ועכשיו אתה גם פחות טוב.
אני על המיקרופון.
כנראה התרחקת. מה?
לא, על המיקרופון. אין קשר.
עכשיו.
אני כל הזמן נמצא על המיקרופון.
עכשיו אתה בסדר, אבל קודם לא יודעת מה עשית שלא שמעו אותך טוב.
לא, זה קשור לזה שעוד דיברו פה. אמרתי, אחד מדבר בו זמנית, ואני כל הזמן עומד באותו מקום, לא זזתי. אני צריכה לשמוע בדיוק אותו דבר כל הזמן.
אוקיי.
תביאו מישהו.
מה? quieren probar la traducción, quieren probar a nosotros.
הלחץ אתם חושבים שזה, לא אמרתי כלום.
לא, אנחנו רוצים רגע
לעשות טסטים. אוקיי, אנחנו יכולים לפתוח את התרגום, יונתן מוכן שם?
אנחנו מוכנים, אבל אנחנו לא משויכים עדיין.
כן, לא פתחנו.
מוכנים, כן.
אין, בהדרכה.
מירי, מה הסימנים שלו באוזניות? לראות שזה בסדר? אבל אני לא תקנית.
אמרתי, אפשר.
את זה, הוא יישב היום, גם לא נפעיל לי טוב את זה.
אני לא יכולה לשבת פה.
מה?
לא, אני חושבת... לא, לא חושבת שם.
Intuyo que va a estar muy complicado. No hay un control. Es muy difícil un control.
Voy a apagar el tenio. ¿Dónde tengo a...?
בואו איזשהו מחשב.
כבר התחלנו אפשר לשמוע באוזניות?
בדיוק עכשיו היא מעלה את זה.
זה מתן,
רוצה להביא?
מתן של טלפון או מתן של מחשב? אוקיי, אין בעיה. שכל יש מחשב, שלא יתנתק אין לי הרבה חשמל. אתם אמורים להיות עכשיו מחוברים בלשמוע. אני לא אמור לשמוע.
סגרתי לו בת כאילו עכשיו,
איזה משתמש?
כל הזמן התיק הזה שעכשיו סגרו עם מומחים.
כן, סגרנו עכשיו. דור, תגיד, אתה היית שותף של אורי, נכון?
ישב כאן.
כל התקופה הראשונה שהייתי עושה איתה ביחד עם אורי.
שימי זה.
אני סגרתי את מיטב דש, היה 40. דווקא בעליון,
אוקיי. כרגע קרן מקשיבה לספרדית, מי שמוסף לספרדית,
אתה בקשר עם אורי, נכון?
שמעת מישהו?
יש
הרבה
שנים.
אוקיי, ננסי לעבור לאנגלית. ננסי לעבור לאנגלית.
אורי בית"רית לא שני אישה.
בית"רית.
יש גם משהו, הדר לא בית"רי, לא באפליקציה שלי.
יש לו, כן, כן.
אתה רוצים שאיתמר עכשיו ידבר. איתמר, אתה שומע אותי? אנא דבר, כאילו מקור לי שומעת לאנגלית כרגע. שים לב שאתה על האנגלית כמובן. אני לא שומע אותך, אוקיי, כן אני שומע אותך, סבבה, מעולה. אני עובד לנו ספרדית ועובד לנו אנגלית.
אני מתחבר
אנשים פה יכולים להתחיל להתחבר ולבחור לכם את השפה והם ישמעו בהתאם למה שאתם מדברים.
כבלים?
אנחנו כאמור לא
חיבור
למעט בעמוד שלכם. נקודה חשובה, צודקים, הסאונד של החדר עובר לאנשים. כי נשמתם, הסאונד של החדר עובר לאנשים.
זה של העד.
אתה יכול לשים את המייל שלי.
לא, לוואי-פיי.
קרן
Very quickly in the morning. And therefore you're almost early. And here I just took me, it's not going to be late. No, a minute away.
לא משנה, לא רוצים לשם. אתה תעשה אחד שטרודל אחד דקות.
לא מזכיר, מ-10 אתה לא מכיר את הילד. מה רוצה? החלטות אחרות. אני דני
מה?
שנייה הזאת, חיבור של
אוקיי, כי תאגידי סולם מביאים מה קורה שם ולא כאלה, וזה לא נכנס להגיד. חבר'ה, נרדיף לצבועות, 11:30 ועדיין לא... ועדיין לא שומעים. זה יותר חשוב כרגע בכל דבר רוצים.
בסדר?
אני מאמין שכן, אבל זה מאוד מאוד מורכב. 11:30 זה... או פצות בשלט או...
זה סם. כאילו זה ממש
ומה אתה צריך? 1, 2, 3, 4. מה עם פה לפני? IQ, בוא נעשו לי פה. בריטי, אני צריכים להיות קורס. שאלה,
הם רק צריכים,
לא, הם צריכים להציג.
כן, אנחנו צריכים, הם לא...
צריכים להיות מסוגל לעשות שאלה, בסדר. יהיה פחות כולם מחוברים? כן, כנראה ששומעים אני אומר בוא נראה שכולם מחוברים.
כמה זה? נגיד שזה? נדבר עם הפרדונות?
אם?
מה אמורים?
שכל מחובר. כל המחשבים מחוברים, שכל עובד שלא פתאום נגלה שם שלו.
Good morning. We see the invested here yesterday a lot of technical work and new setup, and we hope that today it will be better. And I want to make 2-3 minute technical checks before we start to talk.
Yes.
So if everybody disconnect,
זה מוקלט עכשיו.
להוריד מהקלטה, לא התחלנו, דן 9.
מוריד.
So we're gonna use the headphones today. Are we going to? We hope.
We're trying.
We're trying to simultaneous translation will work today. You know, in English you call it it's another brain.
Everyone to day 2. I don't think we've got any housekeeping, but we are going to send out a letter probably later this morning just to confirm the directions for today. Just as in yesterday, I passed this sheet around and so everyone can fill in the attendance register. And I think this morning we're going to start with Alejandro Garcia. So it's a call.
I'll ask this מצלמה עליהם, כי הם מפתחים שם.
גדעון?
גדעון, אפשר לעשות שבמסך יראו את הזום? במסך הגדול? כן? במקרה. שיראו את הזום במקרה כמו אתמול. כן, כן, כן.
It's closer to you, but it's almost can't hear you. Very quiet.
1 second, they are setting the projector to show the zoom as well.
I want to check that the transcribers can now hear me.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I'm not. Can you improve the position of the microphone so to make the guy slightly more happy? You want to happy for all of today.
Is that better?
Try.
להראות מה שיש פה. תגיד אם זה ישתפר שם.
הייתי בכלל מוריד שם את התאורה.
זה הם לא יודעים לעשות.
לקרוא להם תכנה של
עושים כאן את מירב
הלבן זה רק מתאם הלבן הוא רק מתאם סופר אקסים
אולי אני מסתובב, לא לרשום אותו?
אולי בג'ירה.
I'm just going to check that the translators and stenographers can hear what I'm saying. And are you all right with Mr. Garcia? It's computer set up.
It's almost, it just doesn't
Projection.
Right, but we do have to start. We have a very long day today, so we have to start like as soon as practicable.
I just
I'm
want
not sure we need the projector because we have all the screens.
I just
You
want
have all the screens,
I just want to ask today, for the purposes of cross-examination, that council make it their question short. That if we're going to be taken to documents, if there's a document that's being referenced, it would be much more helpful if we're shown the document first, rather than ask a question relating to the witness. I think it will also assist in understanding the evidence and also mean that the witness can answer. And I want the witnesses to try and say, as far as possible, to give short, precise, to the point answers.
We did our best to change the cross-examination to include references and present documents today. I hope that.
I think we're going to have to accept that you're going to do your references by EPIC and not by the hard copy funders. Is that correct? So yeah.
הכבל שמונח על הרצפה לא קשור?
So have I done enough talking now?
זה השעה, מתחיל המקרן.
הכבל שזרוק על הרצפה, לא מחובר.
זה כבל מתן למחשב.
אוקיי.
מה זה?
ולאן מחובר הפרוג'קטור?
זה דרך ה-HDMI פה שחובר למחשב הזה.
זה יכול להיות שם, מסך השני שם. בואו ננסה אולי להכניס. זה השאלה שלנו.
So I think we're just waiting for Epic to come up on the screen. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
But we all have Epic on our desks. Does anybody need Epic additionally on the screen? Okay, so we will start.
Okay.
Mr. Garcia.
Yeah. צריך אוזניות.
Two screens showing the same.
You want it in English?
No, I'm not too comfortable.
Okay.
Not to be precise.
So what you
To
need
chat,
to,
yes.
yeah, so what you need to do is actually always be Spanish or it goes. And you need to put the headset on.
Okay. And that transcription, it's going to be here.
No, the transcription. The transcription is there, but you don't need to see the transcription unless anybody thinks otherwise. But you need to have headset on. And you need to speak in Spanish because the transcribers won't have anything called English.
Perfect.
Please, can you give us the full name, please?
Sí. Sí, evidentemente, sí. Por ahora, estamos probando. 1, 2, 3.
Just, sorry, I'm waiting because I can't see it coming up in the transcript.
So they can't hear the witness properly. They can't hear the witness properly.
Speak up. Speak up.
Loud.
Louder. The translator is saying, I'm okay.
Bueno.
Hola, 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 buenos días, soy Alejandro. Encantado de estar aquí esta mañana. ¿Se me oye bien? ¿No? ¿Sí?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We're not getting the translation. Can you?
Perfecto.
You can hear me?
Sí, más o menos. Me gustaría tener un poco más alto el volumen, pero no sé cómo.
Okay, I can't.
Ok. Ok, tengo dos pantallas que enseñan lo mismo. No sé para qué necesito dos pantallas. Ok. Ok. This is the microphone. This is the speaker.
It's loud.
No. You need to increase. Yeah. No.
You can control it.
Okay.
Just close it when you want it.
Okay. ¿Se me oye? Hola, ¿puedes hablar? ¿Se me oye? Hola. ¿Me escuchan? Ah, ahora está muy alto para mí. Espera un segundo.
Well, I can hear many voices. I feel like I want to be hospitalized now.
What is the name?
Somebody wants to play it.
You can mute the original language
You can mute the room.
from the room.
Press on the English.
Okay, give it to me.
Really?
Ahora, por favor, hábleme.
Mute the original English and there's not the voices there.
Bien, perfecto. Sí. Ok, entendido. ¿Por qué tengo dos pantallas enseñando lo mismo? Valen para, sirven para lo mismo, entiendo.
Okay, right. Can you please go to, oh, Mr. Garcia, please can you confirm the full name?
I'm listening to you in English. There's no translation right now.
Is your, can you please check that it says
Bunch worse Right, it doesn't hear us.
Mr. Garcia, please can you give a
No translation from English. You hear something? Nothing.
They are not translators, not translate.
Sí, sí. You hear now? Did you hear the Spanish? The Spanish, yes, I hear. You hear the Spanish? No.
Please, can we have document ID 26-1? Can you just scroll through pages 2?
Okay.
And really. And the next page will be. Mr. Garcia, do you recognize this as your first statement?
There's no translation at all, but yes, I got the document. Sí, lo veo bien, pero no estás traduciendo lo que está diciendo la presidenta. Pero... No. La presidenta dijo que si reconozco este documento como mi statement. There is a problem. The translator is not listening you. It's just listening. It's. I'm telling her what you said.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Garcia, do you recognize this as your first witness statement?
She can't listen to you.
Mr. Garcia, do you recognize this as your first witness statement?
Sí, lo reconozco.
Please can the epic come to page 77?
The translator is saying she can hear you. Maybe there's a problem with the microphone with yours.
Let me suggest just one continue today, so I don't have to read another thing. Let's have what we had yesterday. It wasn't comfortable. Bring the translators here. Let's minimize the technology here because it doesn't work. It didn't work yesterday and it doesn't work today, and it jeopardizes our ability to actually look at things and decide to the point. There's a case here. So what I suggest is let's bring the translator here. It's not optimistic, but that's what we got. Technology failed.
Let me try one thing. This one I put here.
Is this where the translators are hearing?
The translator can hear you. It's translating what you're saying. But not her.
If I put it here, it will hear, but it has to be some kind of אני אקרא מיקרופון אחד לשם ודרך מתמודדים לשם. שגם מחליף אותו עכשיו.
Questions are coming from here. This side. Okay. Next to me, like
מצרים זה כרגע.
need one.
Yes. In a minute I will get another box. We put another machine like this. I just need to add it. First.
Okay, can I just want to check that the translators can hear me?
It's working.
Mr. Garcia, can you say something, please, so that we can check that the translators can hear you as well?
Hola, buenos días. Hola, buenos días. Alejandro, hablando. ¿Todo bien? ¿Pueden oír?
Okay.
Sí, funciona la traducción
We're just going to try again
perfectamente.
one more time.
Okay.
Okay, now we're on page
27.
4. Mr. Garcia, do you recognize this is your first witness statement? Green, please.
Sí, lo reconozco.
And can we go to page 77, please? Can you please move to page 77? Is this your signature?
Sí, es mi firma.
And you signed it in Spain on the 11th of December 2022, is that correct? Mr.
Correcto.
The last one. That's it. So it's muting right now. It's mute, that's fine.
I didn't understand.
The mute is only from here. This sound of the room. You go to the mute.
כי מי מבקשים ככה פה שחשים לדבר את הסימנים, ואז אפשר פה.
לא יכול להיות פעם, לא צריכה להיות כל פעם. Doesn't make sense that she burst her in.
The reason to use is if she doesn't want that her sound go out.
כן,
זה
זה
לא
מה
מבין.
שהם ביקשו.
They can't ask.
תשים מיוט.
It's not a legitimate question.
We ask them why they want to, there is no reason.
It's not a legitimate question.
Okay.
Okay. Can we go to document ID 26? Page 2, please. And Mr. Garcia recognizes this as the second witness statement.
Acaba de preguntar si lo reconozco. Sí, lo reconozco.
I didn't hear the interpreter. Can we go to page 25, please? Signature, Mr. Garcia,
Sí, es mi firma.
and can you confirm you signed it in Spain? Please confirm you signed it in Spain on the 4th of April 2023.
Sí, lo confirmo. Me gustaría decir que la imagen se ve un poco borrosa. No está nítida, no es clara en la pantalla.
I just want to warn you, Mr. Garcia, that you must tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Soy consciente. Así será.
If you don't tell the truth, you could be subject to penalties according to Israeli law. Do you understand?
De acuerdo.
Thank you. There'll now be some questions from the respondents.
My name is Ram. I represent Slovakia and because I'm this morning. Eric, please present section 72.2. The document mentioned.
I can't hear you. Look. The name is Mr. Somebody, I can't hear you. Okay, so Mr. Somebody should be Mr. Pardes. and then you have to raise the voice. Can you either, Mr. Gabriele? So
I will try again. Is it better now?
yes, it's been better.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Garcia. My name is Ram. I represent Solera Ben, and I will be cross-examining you this morning. Thank you for coming. Epic. Can you please play paragraph 72.2 the document which is going to be displayed? Sorry, on the first of the statement, document ID 26-1 on page 18. That's not the document. 26-1, I think you're another document.
Yes.
Thank you. They have tried to reposition my icon. I don't think this is also a problem. In section 72.2, can you please zoom on 72.2, please? Epic, can you zoom on 72.2? You are saying that in the minute MOM 26th of July 2016 was recorded that Solera Ben prevented Imakeren from working on sector 3 due to its waiting for completion of operation of the mirrors. I'm looking at the MOM. Can you please pinpoint to the part of the sentence explicitly states what you said? That we obstructed the work due to the mirror direction.
What is the question? What is
The question is, you have said that in this MOM that you also placed as part of your witness statement, it says that we prevented Imakeren from working in sector 3 due to its waiting for completion of operation of mirrors. I'm looking in the text of the MOM and I don't see that. So I'm asking you, you can pinpoint to the place.
No, no lo entiendo. Dice que esta sección que aquí aparece no aparece en el MOM del 26 del 7.
No. I'm telling you, this sentence from the MOM that you have placed in your statement does not say what you said that it says. Does not say that Solera Ben prevented Imakeren from working in sector 3 due to its waiting for the completion of operation of the mirrors. So I'm offering you an opportunity to explain to me why it does say that.
Ok, aquí dice que Imakere quiere empezar a distribuir tubería oeste-este entre sectores 3A, 3B. Y el EPC dice que decidirá cuándo se puede empezar a distribuir tubería en ese área. Y es una tarea que fue asignada a Yossi y a Itzik de Solera Ben. Por lo tanto, está claro que que necesitábamos que el EPC nos dijese cuándo podríamos empezar a trabajar en el sector 3.
Does it say that you will prevent it to go on sector 3? Does it say that you will prevent it from placing a pipe on the field instead of your warehouse where it should have been? Yes.
Once she's saying that she can hear you very well.
I will repeat the question. Is it correct that placing the pipe between 3A and 3B as you requested was instead of placing the pipe in your workshop, and you could actually have interfered with other ongoing activity in the site?
Wow.
It's very simple. You are saying that the pipe should have been placed. What are we doing?
Let's try.
Your question is not reflected there as well, so they can't hear you there, and there are some issues.
Yes, she's saying that maybe you're talking to a microphone that's not working.
I'm afraid the level of the translation is not as expected. So maybe we can give it a try, without the translations in English, and we see how it goes. The best would be here to listen to the questions in English, and probably understand the question of and answers in Spanish, but then I'm afraid again to go through the translators. Let's give it a try and see how it goes.
Yes, so now we have to make sure that the stenographer will translate, will pick up Mr. Garcia's voice. Because previously when he spoke in English, it's not picked up.
Yo puedo tratar de escuchar la pregunta en inglés. Y si no lo entiendo, pido traducción. Y la respuesta sí la haré en español. De momento no hay problema. Yo voy a escuchar la pregunta en inglés. Si la entiendo, no necesitaría traducción, pero cuando yo hable, sí que lo que diga necesitaría traducción. Yo prefiero que me traduzca. Si hay algo muy técnico, lo puedo decir en inglés para que ayudarle. De momento estoy bien.
Assistant in translation into English, the translator, and if it goes without the translator, without it.
Yes.
Whatever you said now was not on the transcript, by the way, and before. You're not on the transcript. Whatever you said before, and whatever you said now, okay? So.
You have the microphone.
I should be the broadcasting to the microphone in the room. Can the stenographer hear me, Mr. Hart speaking?
So it says you can hear
Me. So the person can hear me because here's the microphone.
So we have a joint issue here. First thing is, listen, the truth is that it's becoming frustrating. So you have to make a decision now because we can't continue. You can't concentrate on the essence of the case. So you have to make a decision. Okay, I'm going to change the whole concept. Invite us. We don't need to deal with it as arbitrators. Honestly, hundreds of times. It's the first time that I'm facing some difficulties. So either you bring the translators here and sit here, it will take ages, we probably need more days, okay? or I don't know, but we can't do things like that.
So-
The problem is that even if you solve the translation problem, the interpreters will hear the problem still remains.
Exactly.
This is the problem. The stenographer needs to hear us, and so we need more microphones in the room. Should we take a break to help? While you sort this out?
Can I ask you a simple question based on my opinion? Why don't we bring, nobody's problem and keep it very simple, and then we have a translator sitting here, simple recording, okay? Do we have to learn it because at the end of the day, something must change here because we can't stay 2 more weeks like that, okay? I lost patience completely. So you want to consult each other and give us an answer when we're available, and tell us what's going to do. Please, thank you very much.
איך זה פה שעכשיו? זה ממש צמוד, ככה אני יכול לצאת, אנחנו לא יודעים שמה, מה קרה פתאום? אנחנו השתנה, אני בודק את זה, שנייה. מה נקרא לפתח את המיקרופונים של לא תעלה המיקרופון שלו.
היא לא קורצת את המיקרופון.
אבל גם לא שמעו אותך. ראשי. אתה מדבר כל אבל יש לי רגע, הבנתי. בוא נתק את זה.
We're just discussing about the disaster of the...
No problem, but...
No, of course. We haven't started yet. I don't have a problem listening in English. Now the question in English, it's okay. The answer?
Both of them, these 2 stages.
זה נורא פעמים.
ורק כשנגיש לדבר, הוא סוחץ על הספייס. לא כדאי לעשות, כאילו, באמת, משהו שנסתר.
אם לא תהיה ברירה, נביא לפה מישהו שיעשה סטנוגרמה, כן, שיבואו, אז לא נראה את זה אונליין, לא יקרה שום דבר. זה פחות טוב, אבל לפחות נגמור את הבורות הזאת.
גם, אפשר לעשות את המסע.
לא, הם לא מסוגלים, כמו בסטנוגרמה לא יהיה מישהו שיקליט, יקליטו, זה הכל, ואחרי זה יהיה לנו את זה. עושים את זה בבתי משפט כל יום.
נכון? זה לא יהיה לנו ביום, יום בסוף. בואו נראה זה. אתם רוצים לדבר סטנוגרמה?
אתה יודע מה? זה מוקלט.
מוקלט הכל.
זה מוקלט, אז
בוא נעשה את זה.
לא, אבל לא, אני צריך שיהיה מישהו שישמע שזה מוקלט.
אחרי הקלטה יש לנו אפשרות לעשות עריכה ואז להגדיל את האודיו, ואז בעצם אנחנו מגבירים את
אני רוצה
צריך שמי שעושה את הטול, עושה את ההקלטה, הוא אחרי זה יותר לסמן לה,
נכון.
לכן אתה צריך להביא סטנוגרמה. אם רוצים את הפתרון הזה, בואו נביא סטנוגרמה. אתם רוצים לדבר איתם? שאנחנו נדבר איתם.
שלחתי את זה של לבדוק סליחה, אני אעלה להביא את זה.
עד שלא יודע מה זה סבר כאן נצחה שם את השיחה, כן.
לא, רוצה לעלות את זה שגם כולם לא יודעים פה.
What do we do? You're going to do it in a regular way. We not really see it on the screen, but usually it's right. 2, 3, 5 days. After surviving, so we don't have it, but in the same way, we have after 4 days. But it's okay, that's the way we do things. But we don't need the technology this way. It's very simple. So, and also the translation is an issue. And I want to give you instructions. I want to give instructions. I want to be accurate. How long it will take us to get lost? How long is it professional to go to the program?
וואו.
לא מדבר יותר, זה התחסות. הוא גם הלקוח, אני מספר לו מה קורה. זה היה מנכ"ל של החברה. לא מדבר.
לא יודע, הוא נמצא בתוך כדי חקירה.
לא מדבר פה. So they'll be comfortable. Sit outside. You can speak to them. They seem to be nice guys.
It's not a problem. I'm sleeping.
The answer would be more accurate.
I understand.
But
If the translation
very
is not
difficult.
capable,
Very difficult also. Pensione, quando non speak in English.
אז מה עכשיו עושים?
we're trying to find a person who can come and record and do the stenography. So
No,
I don't know how I would say. I think
we will not wait until Shanawa will come down. We'll arrive, so we should start.
בוא נעשה רגע.
בוא נעשה לא. אנחנו עכשיו נעבור לעבוד עד שהגיעו סטנוגרמה, עד שפתרון אחר, כמו שעבדנו אתמול.
דבר שאנחנו חושבים לשים את שני המתורגמנים פה. אחד. נכון, שיהיה פה גם אחד, מדבר באנגלית.
הוא ישמע באנגלית ויענה בספרדית.
אוקיי.
אנחנו יכולים גם לפקח על המתורגמנים.
בסדר, הוא ישמע באנגלית, וכל מה שעושה זה הוא
Something
Okay, we do this way. The translator will sit next to you. You will listen to the questions in English. You will answer in Spanish. And you can follow the translation to make sure it's correct.
Okay. שהם ישמעו,
It's easier to listen than to speak. So to make sure that you properly translate.
כאילו למיקרופון של האוזניה, ואז בעצם
No, the Hebrew.
נעשה רגע, לא נחזור רגע, ורק נעשה רגע איזשהו טסט פה.
בוא רגע, תקשיבו רגע. בוא תקשיבו רגע. אז מי צריך פה רק שעשינו.
צריכים להגדיר את כל המצב. אוקיי, אז אני אדבר כבר. כי אם הוא לא מדבר, אז הוא צריך... אפשר לפתוח אפילו 3-4. אוקיי, אז אני אדבר רגע עם בר. לא, רגע. שנייה, צריך לפתוח 2 ו2, כי אז אחד ליד השני, אם מדברים או לא שומעים. אני צריכה שתעזרי לי רגע במשהו בחוק. אני רוצה שתגדירי לי עכשיו 4 יוזרים. אני אעשה לך רייזן ותגדיר אותם כפייניאליסטים, בסדר? רגע, חכי שנייה. אני לא צריכה, רגע, עם הרייזן. את ראית אותי? אוקיי, רגע. זה עם הלבן. מה זה? יש פה. יש. אוקיי, בסדר, רגע. שנייה. רגע, אני עושה לך עוד פה רייזן, שנייה. רייזן. את זה תגדירי גם, חכי שנייה, אני מביאה לך עוד 2. תאשר שם, כן. רגע, חכי שנייה. ואני רוצה פה גם, לא, אבל אני...
לא, פה אל תעשי. לא.
אוקיי. רגע, חכי.
תעשי בקצה של הקצה. הוא זה שפתאום מדבר.
לא, זה לא משנה.
שני הקצוות.
רגע, זה לא משנה, שנייה.
כמו כל דין, יכול להיות שעובדים, כל עובדים.
אני שואל כל כבסיס.
כבסיס, רק הבוררים, ווץ,
רגע, שנייה.
מי שידבר יהיה דרור, גם והבוררים.
גדעון, אני צריכה את שני העמדות האלה לעשות טסט. שימו אוזניות.
תעשה לך מהעמדה של רם. יש פה עמדות שהוא אמר שירדו. אחד, מי שחוקר, מי שמתנגד, המורים והעץ. זה הכל.
בסדר, אבל אנחנו כרגע עושים איזשהו טסט לראות שזה בכלל עובד טוב. לא, נכון. מה? היא פתחה את כולם. הוא פתח לפתוח רגע איך?
אותי שומעים? כן, שומעים? רגע, נכון, אני לא שומעת אותך באוזניות. אותי את שומעת שאני מדברת? כן, את כאילו בווידאו?
שומעת אותי עכשיו? אוקיי, בסדר. אתה שומע אותי? באוזניות עכשיו אתה שומע? לא, רגע, אני שואלת אם אתה שומע אותי. יופי. אבל אני לא שומעת אותך. תוציא ממיוט.
אוקיי, אני שומע אותך קרן מעולה.
אתה שומע אותי מעולה? עוד פעם דבר?
אני שומע אותך מעולה.
יופי, גם אני שומעת אותך.
מעולה.
אוקיי, בסדר. טוב, בסדר. תודה בר, תודה ממי.
רגע. בוררים, לא, כל הבוררים. נפטרים עם זה, אבל שלא יהיה אקו.
לא, בנוסף שבזה שבנוסף.
אנחנו רוצים כל שיוכלו לעבור. אוקיי, והוא עדיין מיקרופון שלו. והמשתגעים יהיה לידו. לא צריך לתרגם לידו. לא צריך. היום נשארים שם. הוא מדבר מהמיקרופון פה.
ישר מהאוזניה, אוקיי? במיקרופון של האוזניה, קשה.
אז אפשר לנסות להתחיל להביא אותם? אפשר לעשות בו. טוב, לעשות את זה.
מה אנחנו עושים טכנית? משכים כמו פעם קודם?
האוזניה פה פתוחה. לא מצאנו.
אני בודק.
אותו דבר אצלו, המיקרופון פתוח.
Testing. Can you hear me?
הם יגידו אם שומעים נכון.
Epic, can you hear us?
Alejandro, do you have notes on this? No. You have notes? No. No notes.
Epic, can you hear me?
You say that. The president asked me.
No, nothing.
Wonderful. They can hear us.
Okay. בוא ננסה.
אחת, שתיים, שלוש. Epic, do you hear me?
Okay.
Do you hear me, Epic? Epic, it's Joe speaking.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Now let's try you, that we hear all of you.
I just checked with the transcription that they can hear me.
לא פה. לא עשיתי מיוט, נכון? לא תמידו. כמו שהם רוצים.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
מה? סטנוגרמה?
Can you hear me?
טוב, בוא נעשה עוד 10-20 דקות, נו. אני יודע. לכל כך כסף. סוכר? מה? לא, רגיל.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Names. Haven't got it. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, here it is. For today? Yep. Check because I was.
I approve.
Regarding the attendance list, we have no number, but council or is joining us there, so.
Are we done?
So just other, yeah.
Se oye, se oye.
Just for.
I think we're starting again.
שמעתי חלילה אותם.
אני הפסדתי, לא?
הוא אמר אולי גד יגיע. נורא דרום.
One, two, three, four, five, six. One. Okay. One, four. Okay, let's do the test. Can you hear me right now? I think.
שומע אותך באוזניות.
Please can I check the stenographer can now hear me?
Can you hear now? Gabriele?
Yo sí, oigo bien.
Yes, better. I don't know about this conference.
You got you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about. Please let me know that you hear me. It's Mr. Sethi. Would like to commence.
It looks like we can't hear Mr. Sethi. Mr. Sethi, can I invite you to speak again?
I'm ready to speak again. I'd like to commence this session as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thanks, God.
I think
Let's see here also the people there.
I can hear. Did you hear the translation?
I did the thing, just putting it now. Let's see.
No, I don't hear anything. Oh, good morning. It's the 10th time.
Sí, sí, yo oigo
You hear?
perfectamente.
Yes. Okay.
Todo bien.
Okay.
Great.
Hello.
Let's start again. Thank you, Mr. Pardes.
Okay, so where were we getting? We were talking about section 72.2. You said that in that MOM reflected that the completion of the election of mirrors prevented you from continuing working on sector 3. And I want to suggest to you, take us time if you agree with me, that this is not what was said in the minutes in the MOM.
Ok, repito, lo que se dijo en ese minutes of meeting es que IMA quiere quiere empezar a llevar las tuberías al sector 3 y el EPC contestó que decidirá cuándo se puede empezar a montar tubería en ese sector por el tema del montaje de los espejos.
Yes, the mirrors are mentioned in this quote that we gave us.
No está mencionado en esta frase, pero era la prevención que teníamos principal en esos montajes. Estaban los espejos, estaban las bases de hormigón, estaba la falta de soportes, pero principalmente la mayor interferencia que teníamos era, para empezar a montar tubo, era el montaje de los espejos por parte de otro subcontratista que tenía prioridad sobre nosotros de acuerdo a lo que Soler nos transmitió.
But this is not reflected in the MOM, correct?
No se refleja a qué se refiere, a que no aparece concretamente dicho que fue debido a los espejos.
I repeat my question. Can you confirm that the mirrors are not mentioned in the MOM? This is something that you have added, which is not reflected in the MOM.
Yo puedo confirmarle que en esta frase concreta no aparece la palabra mirrors, pero no puedo confirmarle sin ver el MOM lo que pone en el resto. Puede que haya una referencia a los espejos o puede que no la haya, pero yo le digo que además seguramente en esta reunión estuve presente, que el problema era de montaje de espejos. Y si no era de montaje de espejos, teníamos más prevenciones, pero tendríamos que ir al MOM y entender el contexto.
No problem. Let's show the MOM. So I asked Epic to show exhibit CWS-1-027.
Thank you.
No. I'm not seeing anything.
Thank you.
Again, exhibit CWS-1-027.
May I put forward another technical suggestion? That we will present the documents from our own computers without Epic. It will save us a lot of time. I hope that SolarBenz Council can do it, and if they can do it, I'm sure it can shorten the process. We will be able to do it during our cross-examination. Epic is slowing the process.
You mean that you share your screens through Zoom?
Exactly. Like yesterday they presented one of the documents wasn't appeared in Epic's data, so they presented from Mr. Pardes' computer, and it worked much better. And I suggest, if it's okay with that.
I mean, it's okay with me. The problem just then was that Epic is searching for documents, so it's -1-27, not 027. But if you could share your screens, then that would obviously help. So yeah, Epic just needs to be a bit more imaginative.
So, Mr. Garcia, you have the document on screen. You can ask Epic yourself, instruct them, look, if you like. You can take a look at that. tell me if there is any mentioning of what you are saying about mirrors. It is also all right, Mr. Garcia. You will confirm that this is your memory of the meeting, but it's not mentioned on the MOM. Then we can proceed. If you'd like to confirm that, we can proceed without that. It's perfectly fine with me. You can also look in the document.
Okay, could you please scroll down? ¿Puedes bajar hasta el punto 4.5 para ver lo que se decía?
It was 4.5.
4.5. Puede pasar a la siguiente página. Si hay alguna referencia concreta.
Epic, can you turn the page, please?
Just as a note, this isn't the same
The last one.
meeting as in the witnesses paragraph 72.1.
Yes, but 72.1, no, is another one. 72.1 is the one from CWS 113. This is the CWS 127. This one is from the 26th of July, 2016, and the previous one is from the 13th of April, 2016.
Thank you.
This is the final page, Mr. Garcia.
Ok, mi respuesta no aparece concretamente la palabra espejos, pero EPC está previniéndonos de poder ejecutar nuestro trabajo y decidirán cuándo nos permiten entrar en este área. En esa época, el problema que había era el montaje de espejos, las interferencias con la empresa de montaje de espejos y el montaje de tubería. Y como ya dije, Solelaben le dio prioridad a la empresa que montaba los espejos sobre nosotros.
This was not my question, but okay, let's proceed. The only question that I asked was, you can confirm this is not in the MOM, even though that you tried to suggest that it is. It'd be much faster, because we're going to have a long day if you just answer my questions. Thank you. Okay. Is it correct that you did work?
Perdón, voy a responder. I'm gonna answer. No era una sugerencia. Lo sé porque estuve allí y sabía cuáles eran los problemas en el progreso de la construcción de la planta. No es una sugerencia, es un hecho. Aunque no aparezca la palabra explícita mirror dentro del MOM.
Okay, thank you. Let's speak about plot B. Is it correct that in parallel to the work that you did on plot A, you also did work for GE on plot B?
Sí, es correcto.
Did you finish your works on plot B on time?
Defina, por favor, a qué se refiere con a tiempo.
Did you perform certificatory work for GE? Did you fulfill your commitments there? Did you complete the work on time?
Cumplimos el trabajo a tiempo de acuerdo a los schedules que se fueron acordando entre las partes.
Is it correct that you had a similar dispute as this one with GE that was dealt in an ICC arbitration?
Cuando dice similar, ¿a qué se refiere? ¿Conoce el caso de GE usted? cuáles eran los temas en disputa.
Is it correct?
Okay, I just want to stop you here. That we can't breach confidentiality of another
I'm not
arbitration.
going to ask about the content of that arbitration.
Okay.
Is it correct that you had a dispute with GE that was dealt in an ICC arbitration? I'm not asking anything about the content of that dispute.
Es cierto.
Is it correct, again, without entering into details, the dispute was resulted in a award against you?
I'm objecting.
I
Yeah,
withdraw the question.
yeah, right.
Okay, let's move on. Can we see, Epic, can we see Mr. Garcia first affidavit again, please? It's doc ID 26-1. Can we see, please, section 75? Can you please zoom on 75? Mr. Garcia, in this section, you claim the Solera band decided not to allow Ima Keren to commence work on the loops prior to the completion of the installation of all the mirrors in the solar fields. Could you please point me to one specific evidence that substantiates this decision by Solera band?
Solela Ben no permitió conectarse a los espejos en ningún momento. Eso fue discutido por las partes. Nos informaron que una vez montados los espejos no podíamos conectarnos porque tenían que chequear topográficamente todas las bases de los espejos, que había cientos y cientos en el campo solar. Y así fue.
Mr. Garcia, I'm asking again, I am sorry, but you seem not to answer my question, but rather seems that you are answering other questions. I'm asking if there is a document or an extract from a meeting or correspondence where Solera Ben explicitly states that Ima Keren could not commence work on the loops prior to the completion of the mirror installation.
Hay correspondencia al respecto. Nosotros mandamos una carta quejándonos por este asunto y diciendo que no podían hacernos responsables del retraso en el comienzo de la conexión de los loops a los espejos. Solera Ben, como siempre, no contestó ni a la carta ni a nada. También es cierto, en los Minutes of Meeting se puede ver que Solera Ben nos manda preparar unos mockups. Los mockups son una especie de ejemplos para ver cómo giran los espejos con las tuberías y ver que todo funciona bien, porque por lo visto querían mostrarle esos ejemplos a su cliente final. Entonces, hasta que esos mockups no estuviesen aprobados por el cliente de Solera Ben, no se nos permitía trabajar conectándonos a los espejos. Parece ser que el cliente final tenía dudas, que todo fuese a girar bien con las tuberías conectadas. Eso se pidió a finales de diciembre de 2016, creo recordar. Esos mockups, esos ejemplos, se terminaron en enero-febrero de 2017 y a partir de ese momento, en los Minutes of Meeting figura que nos permiten empezar a trabajar conectándonos a los espejos.
I have a question to the witness. Could you professionally technically work parallel to the completion of the mirror, or you actually had to wait before you continue the next stage for the full completion of the mirrors?
Hay varios tipos de trabajo que se pueden ejecutar. Por lo tanto, para el montaje de los headers, las tuberías principales que atraviesan por el medio todos los campos solares, con una buena coordinación puedes trabajar. Puede trabajar la empresa del montaje de espejos y podemos trabajar nosotros con la tubería que va por el suelo recta, recta haciendo omegas. Con el otro tipo de tubería, la tubería que sale de esos headers y va conectada a los espejos, necesitas el espejo colocado, posicionado y con los tubos de cristal instalados. Por lo tanto, sí, y de hecho es lo que pasó. Trabajamos en paralelo junto con la empresa de espejos. Y hubo casos en los que no pudimos y le dieron prioridad a la empresa de los espejos. Los espejos deberían estar montados antes de que nosotros llegásemos. Es siempre así.
I see. So, Mr. Garcia, now what you said to Dr. Gabrielli's question is that there were cases where you could work in parallel and there were cases where not, which means that what you put in section 7, can you please minutes reflect that the witnesses nodded when I asked this? Which means that what you put in section 75, that Solela Ben decided not to allow Imakaran to commence work on the loops prior to the completion of the installation of all the mirrors is not correct.
Como acabo de decir, hay dos tipos de trabajos. Instalación de headers a nivel del suelo, que puede hacerse en paralelo con el montaje de espejos, aunque el espejo debería estar montado ya para que no haya interferencias y retrasos. Y luego hay otra actividad que es los loops, que es la tubería pequeña que sale de los headers y se conecta al espejo. Necesitamos el espejo instalado para poder conectar el loop.
Okay, so we can agree that your sentence was just not accurate, because there was work that could have been done while installing the mirrors.
O no me estoy explicando bien, o no nos estamos entendiendo. El milestone E2.3 habla de la fecha en la que tenemos que comenzar la conexión desde los headers a los espejos. Para eso necesitamos los espejos montados. ¿De acuerdo? Otra cosa distinta es el montaje de los headers, que puede ser en paralelo con el montaje de los espejos, pero necesitamos que cuando estamos montando el header, la empresa de los espejos no nos interfiera. ¿Cómo se hace eso? La empresa de los espejos va por delante montando espejos y nosotros vamos montando las tuberías. En el caso de la sección del sector 3, no nos lo permitieron porque la empresa de espejos estaba trabajando en ese sector. Y nosotros seguíamos una secuencia de trabajos. Primero el sector 1, luego el sector 2, luego el sector 3. Y no se puede coger y decir, me llevo las tuberías a otro sitio. No. Las tuberías están cortadas a la medida y son específicas para ese sector. O sea que no puede ser, cojo esas tuberías y las pongo en otro sector distinto. Porque las tuberías
Mr. Garcia, can I just stop you there?
It is very simple, my question. I just want to understand. Could you do work at the same time they were installing mirrors? Yes or no?
¿Para los headers o para los loops?
Let's start with the headers. Could you work on the headers at the same time?
Puedo trabajar. Antes de que monten los espejos, puedo trabajar. Después de que monten los espejos, puedo trabajar. Pero al mismo tiempo que el montaje de espejos, no puedo trabajar.
Okay. And this is because a technical requirement that prevents you from working on the same time? Or is it something that Solela Ben decided without any good reason?
Solela Ben tendría sus motivos. Solela Ben era el contratista EPC que se encargaba de gestionar la coordinación entre todas las actividades. Por lo tanto, ellos decidían quién tenía prioridad y quién no la tenía.
Mr. Garcia, can I ask you this question? If you look at paragraph 75, it says that Sullivan decided not to allow Emokaran to commence the works in relation to the loops prior to installation of all the mirrors. Evidence today suggests that you were able to do the loops prior to installation of all the mirrors because you could work in parallel.
No, para conectar los loops a los espejos, necesitas que el espejo esté en su sitio. Y Solela Ben, hasta que no instaló todos los espejos, nos pidió que hiciésemos unos mockups en el sector 1. Nos dijo, preparar unos mockups. Unos mockups es preparar loops completos de tubería conectada a los espejos. O sea, Solela Ben en diciembre de 2016 nos permitió conectarnos, creo que es a 4 filas de espejos del sector 1, para preparar unos mockups. Hicieron unas pruebas de giro, el cliente final estuvo satisfecho y a partir de ahí nos dijeron, tenéis luz verde para poder conectaros a todos los espejos que queráis. Y de hecho, en sectores 6 a 10, ese problema no lo tuvimos. En sectores 6 a 10, como el cliente ya había aprobado que las cosas giraban bien y la tubería no se rompía cuando giraba, había aprobado el diseño, no nos pusieron ningún problema para conectarnos a los espejos desde el principio.
Mr. Garcia, please just answer this. So through 6 through 10, are you saying that as each mirror was installed, you were able to put the loops and you didn't have to wait for all the mirrors to be installed in the sector?
Can you repeat this?
Just want to confirm what you're saying. So sector 6 through 10, you said there was no problem. So do I understand as soon as they installed a mirror, you could then do the loops and you didn't have to wait for the whole sector?
That's right.
That's right.
Is it correct that the reason that you had to wait is the fact that Solela Ben required you to do a mock-up loop, and not the fact that they didn't want you to walk in parallel to the mirror works, but rather that they want you to build the mock-up loop before they approve the continuation of the work? We can show you also section 76. I just don't want to mislead
Let me
you.
answer to this. Nosotros teníamos que estar conectando tuberías a los loops en septiembre. Por eso el prefabricado de los loops empezó en junio. Para esa época había mucha tubería ya construida. Solela Ben en diciembre aparece con una solicitud 3 meses después de la fecha en la que teníamos que estar trabajando en los loops. Solela Ben aparece con una solicitud de montar unos mockups. Es la primera vez en mi vida profesional en termosolares, y he estado en muchas termosolares trabajando, que un cliente me pide parar los trabajos, hacer un mock-up y esperar a que el cliente final esté satisfecho para poder continuar. Por lo tanto, 3 meses para decirme que haga un mock-up no tiene sentido. Debería haber pedido que le hiciese el mock-up en agosto, aprobarlo y en septiembre que podría estar trabajando, de acuerdo a los milestones que teníamos. Pero decidió pedirme el mock-up en diciembre. Entiendo que tendrían sus buenas razones, pero evidentemente era en contra de nuestro contrato.
Mr. Garcia, there is a very large distance from what I am asking you to what you are telling me. I ask a very simple question. If you can confirm, on section 75 to your statement, you seem to suggest that Solela Ben decided not to allow you to commence work until the completion of the installation of all the mirrors. But on your explanations to the president question, as well as to mine, you explained that you had to wait for the mock-up loop. So I'm asking you if it is correct to say that according to your own answers, what you waited for was for the confirmation of the mock-up loops and not of the completion of the installation of the mirrors.
Tuvimos que voy a volver a tratar de ser corto y al punto. Los mock-up loops nunca fueron parte de nuestro alcance. Por lo tanto, no tenían nada que ver con nosotros. Son temas de ingeniería que deberían estar resueltos mucho antes de llegar el montador mecánico a la obra. Por lo tanto, no nos permitieron trabajar, conectarnos a los espejos, porque no tenían seguridad de que su diseño fuese fiable. y pidieron hacer unos mock-up loops. Esa es mi respuesta. Podemos volver a
Thank
repetir.
you. It is very clear. And can you confirm that there was no problem to continue working on the headers while you were working on the mock-up loops and while you were waiting for the installation of the mirrors? You could continue working on the headers, correct? No one stopped you from working on the headers.
No one stopped. Recuerdo que hubo situaciones en las que sí hubo interferencias, hubo problemas con las bases de hormigón, donde los headers tenían que apoyarse. Sé que hubo otros problemas de interferencias que están recogidas en los minutes of meeting. Sí hubo problemas, pero pudimos trabajar en los headers. ¿Qué pasó? Que llegó un punto en el cual llegaron las faltas de materiales. Entonces, si no hay material, es imposible continuar con los headers, especialmente el header norte-sur que conecta con el power block, de diámetros y espesores muy grandes. Entonces, primero fueron los espejos y luego llegaron los problemas, pues, por ejemplo, con los materiales.
Okay, let's move on. I think that we are repeating ourselves. Mr. Garcia, in your testimony, you implied that any work stoppage in single sector due to mirror installation by Solela Bank led to a significant delays. However, I suggest that at that time, you could have diverted your efforts to other sections where you could work, were permitted during this time. What stopped you from doing that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Yes. In your testimony, you imply.
It was a long one. So
sorry, I will
I'm
try
trying
to
to not. I thought there was a question at the beginning,
My
in the
apologies.
middle, at the middle.
My apologies. In your statement, you imply that work stoppage in one sector.
Where in my statement, please point me the number.
The same place that we are speaking about.
75, section 75.
For example, all of this chapter of your affidavit, we can look at it on if Epic could please show page 18, the headline of paragraph H. It's the previous page. Significant delays in the release of the solar field mirror. Now, if I understand this chapter correctly, and please correct me if I understand it in the wrong way, what you imply in here is that the fact that they stopped you from doing one task has created delays in the completion of the project. Did I understand it correctly?
Es correcto.
So I am saying to you, and please correct me if I am wrong, that during the time that you were stopped from doing one thing, you could do another. There were a lot of assignments, and all of those waited for you. What stopped you from doing another thing during the time that you were stopped from doing one thing?
Por supuesto que nosotros cuando había un problema de un bloqueo tratábamos de recolocar al personal y recolocar las tuberías y trabajar en otro sector, por supuesto, para no tener el personal parado. Pero teníamos una secuencia de trabajos. Y esa secuencia de trabajos la determinaba el execution plan y basado en eso nosotros íbamos prefabricando. Prefabricar es al final coger las tuberías, soldarles un codo en un extremo, cortar la tubería a la medida exacta que dice el isométrico y almacenarlas. Cuando todas las tuberías del sector 1, por ejemplo, están listas, se llevan a campo y se montan. ¿Qué pasa si yo no puedo montar en el sector 1? ¿Puedo irme al sector 3? Sí. ¿Puedo irme al sector 3? Si está permitido, si el cliente me permite trabajar en el sector 3. ¿Me lo permite? Sí, pero ¿tengo el prefabricado preparado para el sector 3? Probablemente no. Entonces, es muy difícil cambiar de un sector a otro readaptándonos. Nosotros en el prefabricado trabajábamos en varios sectores a la vez y tratábamos de adaptar las circunstancias para perder el menor tiempo posible y mitigar cualquier retraso producido por cualquier interferencia. Pero eso no impidió que los retrasos de los espejos, por no podernos conectarnos a los espejos, retrasase el proyecto, porque estaban en el camino crítico. Y por supuesto que trabajamos en otras zonas, no nos vamos a quedar parados.
Initially, when you planned the whole project, you planned working on different sectors parallelly. It wasn't a linear work, section after section, but you actually were prepared to work on different sections at the same time. Some preparation work, some installation work, but you were initially prepared, that's what I got from your response or answer, to work on different sections at the same time, and you were equipped with manpower and heavy equipment to do so. Is that correct?
De acuerdo al execution plan que nosotros preparamos, empezábamos trabajando por el sector 1. Cuando habíamos avanzado una parte del sector 1 en el prefabricado, empezábamos con el sector 2. Del sector 1 trabajábamos tanto en headers como en loops. Y cuando, después de, no recuerdo si unas semanas, el execution plan está por ahí, es uno de los exhibits, y lo podemos ver si quieren, para que vean. Iba secuencial, pero con overlap. Entonces, en muchos casos, podíamos reaccionar rápido y en otros casos no teníamos esa capacidad de reacción porque las tuberías estaban fabricadas específicas para un sector. Entonces, si íbamos en esa secuencia de trabajo, podíamos hacer cualquier interferencia, cambiar a la gente de sitio. Hay que tener en cuenta que el campo solar es enorme, es una extensión vasta en el que cualquier desplazamiento lleva mucho tiempo. Transportar las máquinas de soldadura, las herramientas de los trabajadores, las grúas, los forklifts, las tuberías, lleva mucho tiempo, lleva mucha logística. Por lo tanto, cambiar a la gente de un sector a otro no se hace en 5 minutos. Lleva tiempo, porque no es solamente el trabajador, es el trabajador con su máquina de soldar que la hay que llevar en una pickup. Es el generador eléctrico de diésel que tiene que estar suministrando electricidad y hay que llevar también a ese otro sector. Por lo tanto, los cambios, los sufríamos, los hacíamos, pero los sufríamos mucho. Y no tenías un generador eléctrico por cada sector. Tenías que tener varios, porque las distancias eran enormes. Si no, los cables tendrían longitudes de kilómetros. Entonces, cualquier disolución de este tipo nos hacía mucho daño y nos volvía locos en la logística de los trabajadores. Pero evidentemente, tratábamos de mitigar todo tipo de retrasos y buscar soluciones para no tener a la gente parada, porque nosotros pagamos al personal. El personal estaba en nuestro payroll, era nuestro dinero, no podíamos tenerles parados.
Did you bring from the very beginning all the professional personnel, like the welders and from Spain or other places, through the site, or you continue to bring people, manpower, professionals and machinery during the process of work? Did you have all of them there initially and allocated them according to need, or you actually plan to bring them from various places according to the initial timetable?
El execution plan define perfectamente la cantidad de personal que tenemos que tener en cada fase del proyecto y la incorporación de personal viene a ser como una especie de curva de Gauss en el que empieza con menos recursos hasta que llega a una punta que está a tope de recursos. Entonces nosotros desde España traíamos a los profesionales, soldadores, pipe fitters y gente muy profesional. Personal no cualificado o menos cualificado como ayudantes los contratábamos en Israel. Y luego lo que es todo el equipamiento tenía que ser todo de Israel. de España no podíamos traer ni los cascos, porque hay unas leyes de exportación, importación y además todo tiene que estar certificado israelí, mediante el certificado israelí. Tú no puedes traerte un electric board o cables o cualquier tipo de tema eléctrico, no puedes traértelo sin que te lo certifiquen. Máquinas de soldadura trajimos de España y las certificamos aquí en Israel. También compramos muchas máquinas de soldadura en Israel. Y íbamos trajimos el personal que se iba necesitando en cada momento de acuerdo al plan de ejecución.
Was that the only project you've done in Israel that time?
Repeat.
Was that the only project you've performed in Israel that time, or you've been busy in other projects around Israel?
Teníamos otro proyecto más, que era en el plot B, en la misma zona. A un lado de la carretera estaba el plot B, que era una termosolar de torre. Diferente tecnología, pero al final son tuberías que hay que soldar y montar. Y a la derecha de la carretera estaba el plot A, que era la de Solela. Por lo tanto, los dos proyectos empezaron, creo que los contratos se firmaron más o menos a la vez, pero luego vino la suspensión por la quiebra de Bengoa y el proyecto de Solela se retrasó 6 meses. Pero estábamos trabajando en paralelo en General Electric.
Thank you.
I would like to ask. You stated in paragraph 75 that Soler decided not to allow Imacaran to commence work on the loops prior to the completion of the installation of all the mirrors. If you had been Soler Bonet manager, would you decide differently?
I don't know.
So I can ask you.
No. Let me answer. No lo sé. Yo no estaba en el EPC gestionando, no conozco cómo tenían organizado el proyecto. Lo que sí le puedo decir es que el proyecto organizativamente era un desastre. Desde mi punto de vista profesional, yo he estado probablemente, no lo recuerdo, 10 termosolares en España. En mi empresa ha hecho 25 termosolares y aquello iba muy retrasado todo. La obra civil del campo solar iba lentísima. El montaje de espejos, cuando nosotros llegamos a una obra de estas, el montaje de espejos está hecho meses antes, la obra civil meses antes. El Power Block, la obra civil, terminándose, suele estar terminándose. Lo que yo vi allí cuando llegué era una extensión de terreno en el que no había apenas espejos montados y, por tanto, un gran retraso por parte del cliente. Teniendo en cuenta que el cliente iba retrasado porque ese subcontratista iba retrasado, no sé qué hubiese decidido yo. Pero, evidentemente, todo es una secuencia, es un dominó. Primero se monta una cosa, luego se monta la otra. Si no terminas una cosa, no puedes montar la siguiente. Probablemente hubiese decidido parecido, pero eso no quita que a nosotros nos produjo un daño y un perjuicio.
Okay. Let's assume that you're right, that the project went and was very complicated, a disaster. In my opinion, when there is disaster, there are a lot of works that you can do. And what I hear here is that Soler Aven, decided not to allow Imacarans to do works, to execute works. And I don't understand, if it's a disaster, if it's so complicated, how did you how you could stay without any work for weeks or months? It doesn't make sense. Because you blame Soler Ben.
Yo en ningún momento dije que no pude que estuviésemos parados semanas. Jamás dije eso. Sí que nos retrasaron. pero nosotros no paramos los trabajos. Nosotros en el sector 1 pudimos trabajar montando headers. En el sector 2 habría que mirar los minutes of meeting porque hubo algunos problemas con las bases de hormigón donde van los headers que no son de nuestro alcance y que estaban retrasadas, pero nosotros pudimos trabajar en partes en diferentes sectores. El problema es que no fue de acuerdo a la secuencia establecida en el execution plan. Entonces estábamos todo el día cambiando de un sitio para otro. Y eso al final nos hace ser menos eficientes y acumular retrasos. Pero en ningún momento estuvimos parados. No estuvimos semanas parados. Eso no pasó. Podría ser algo puntual, que llegamos a montar un tubo y no nos permiten. Entonces, pues a esa gente la recolocamos. Lo que estoy diciendo es que nos retrasó toda la situación. De hecho, en el análisis que hace nuestro experto de delay, él considera que hay 6 semanas de retraso por este concepto. Pero realmente, desde septiembre, que no se nos permitió conectar, hasta febrero, que se nos permitió conectar, hubo 5 meses.
Okay.
Pero realmente no impactaron en
Mr. Garcia, I think you've answered the question. Can we move on, Mr.
Also, please slow down for the purpose of the interpreter. You're challenging him. Slow down, it will be easier.
I'm sorry.
And I think as well, please keep your answers short and to the point. That would be helpful.
Es difícil para explicar cómo es el trabajo en una termosolar, pero trataré de ser más conciso y las preguntas deben ser concisas.
I will try my best, Mr. Garcia, I promise. Okay. Let's get back to section 75 of your statement. So we were saying that in 75 and 76, if Epic can please show those sections in the next page. But this is a very general question. I understand that you were required to make a mock-up loop as a prototype before proceeding with the installations of the full commercial loops. Is that right?
That Solar event required to build a mock-up loop.
Yes, that is correct, right?
Yes.
Do you remember how much time it took you to make this mock-up loop?
No lo recuerdo completamente, pero sé que lo vi. Te diría que el 10 de enero, en la sección 77 del Minutes of Meeting del 10 de enero, dice que el EPC confirma que podemos continuar las actividades en el sector 1. Quiere decir que para el 10 de enero el mock-up loop estaba listo y fue instruido en el Minutes of Meeting del 29 del 11. Por lo tanto, descontando las Navidades, un mes.
Thank you, this is very helpful. So it took you from November to January to create one mock loop. You knew that the work is being stopped because of that. You cannot continue preparing loops before you show one prototype, and still it took you 3 months. Can you explain that, please?
No nos llevó 3 meses. 3 meses le llevó a Soler Ben pedirnos el mock-up. Y cuando dice un mock-up loop, parece que es poner un trozo de tubo ahí en el espejo. Si va al welding book y filtra por los mock-ups, verá que los mock-ups significaban coger una parte del sector 1, conectarla completamente, ida y vuelta, ida y vuelta, ida y vuelta, todos los cientos de metros de todos los espejos. Hubo que hacer, no me acuerdo si hubo 4, 5, 6 loops completos. Y eso lleva tiempo.
Okay, I am sorry for my mathematics, just to be more precise. You said that it was instructed in November, and in the end of November, and you completed it on the 10th of January, which means that between the 29th, where it was instructed, according to what you just said,
until the 10th of January, you were working on creating this prototype. Is that correct? If not, please correct me.
Es que quiere reducir algo que no es simple a algo muy simple. En la sección 76 dice, it's also required to complete a few loops. EPC will inform Keren y Masa which ones in order to prepare everything. En primer lugar, están hablando que hay que preparar unos cuantos loops. No estaban definidos qué loops había que preparar. En segundo lugar, EPC informará a Imasa cuáles son los que tiene que preparar. Habría que irse a la correspondencia de esa época y ver cuándo recibimos la notificación de qué loops había que preparar y a partir de ahí contar el tiempo que nos llevó en montar esos loops. Además, EPC confirma que ahora puede, en la sección 77 dice que el 10 de enero el EPC confirms that Keren y Masa can continue activities in Sector 1. No quiere decir que se terminó el mock-up el 10 de enero. Pudo terminarse el 1 de enero o terminarse el día 22 de diciembre antes de irnos para Navidades. Por lo tanto, pudo tomar una semana, 2, 3 o 4. Habría que irse a la correspondencia de esa
Mr.
época.
Garcia, can I stop you?
Is it true?
The question was, how long did it take to?
I can know. We need to check the welding book and see when the welds were performed to answer that question, because we are basing on minutes of meeting, not on real data.
Okay. Is it correct that despite the delay in completing the mock-up loops, or not delay, it doesn't matter. We don't have the data, so because of the time it took to complete the mock-up loop, Solela Ben, even though that initially they wanted to wait and approve the prototype before continuing, at the end they were forced to allow you to continue the work even before you finished and the mock-up loop and before it was approved.
No, it's not true.
Okay, so you say that you didn't do any work on the loops before the mock-up loop was approved in January 10th?
Como le dije, en este Minutes of Meeting del 10 de enero se confirma que ya podemos trabajar en el sector 1. Probablemente la comunicación oficial de que podíamos trabajar llegase unos días antes. Vuelvo a lo mismo, habría que revisar la correspondencia de esa época y ver en el welding book cuándo se soldó la última soldadura de esos mockups.
Okay, in the interest of time, we'll do it later. I promise you we'll get back to this point with the logs. Let's move on. Is it true that not all of the work was
Just a point of interest, when you're asking a question and we're heavily concentrating on the question and equally in the answer, it's better for us to see if you can substantiate it with some documents while asking the questions and not holding our breath now for another hour or so, and then you have to remind us what was the question and then show us the document. I mean, the normal order is to show us the document or to present the document, the witness of the water, so we can actually see that you can substantiate your request. Please.
I cannot expect some answers given by the witness to resolve sometimes the different time of questioning, which they are not there. So we show the second one, I accept the comment. Okay. Is it true that some of the work was not done directly by Imasa group of companies, but you engaged with subcontractors in order to execute the work?
True.
Where you, maybe we'll need to show a document just for the sake of good order. I am referring to doc 18 40-13.
No.
Don't think this is 40-13.
But okay, let's move on. It's not really important to the point. Were you fully transparent with our project management?
This is one of the new documents. This is one of the new documents.
I don't think so, but
It's not familiar to me, though.
To me.
yes, it is the document I was referring to, but is it this from the new batch?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, we believe it is. So it mentioned in the article in session 2 for Mr. Shkolnik email that area 1 plus 2 productivity is compared with 3 plus 4, 2 different subcontractors, but you confirmed that there were subcontractors involved. Were you fully transparent with Mr. Shkolnik on the subcontractors you used?
Aunque este correo estoy copiado a él, no lo recuerdo. No recuerdo haberlo visto en mucho tiempo. Pues claro que
No.
sí.
Sorry, I apologize for maybe I was not clear in my question. My question was not about this specific email. I was speaking in general. When you use subcontractors, I'm asking if you were transparent about it with our client, with the Soler Ben, your client at the time.
Sí, fuimos transparentes con ellos.
And how do you explain that? Maybe you want to take a minute to read this email before I continue. I am referring you specifically to the additional remark at the end of the document, which suggests that you introduce a subcontractor without informing Mr. Shkolnik and without receiving permission from Soler Ben. Can you confirm that what happened?
No puedo confirmar que eso sucedió porque no sucedió. Nosotros, bueno, lo que podemos ver aquí es que in pipeline 3 are new to me some workers. Eso quiere decir que algunos trabajadores no eran familiares para Shkolnik y creyó que podría haber otro subcontratista que él no conociese. Eso no prueba que tuviésemos otro subcontratista. De hecho, la única parte que subcontratamos fue el sector 1 y 2, los headers, a una empresa que Shkolnik nos sugirió, que era HANA. El resto de sectores fue ejecutado con trabajadores de IMASA y trabajadores locales. Tendríamos que ver la respuesta que le dimos a este correo. Que Amir le dio al correo, sí se la dio, claro. Pero entiendo que no fue ningún problema.
You can see the response of Amir. He didn't say anything on this point.
Eso no prueba que hayamos metido.
Amir replies in red over.
Yeah.
He added his reply onto the body of the text.
Lo entiendo.
So you see Amir reply, and you don't see any answer to the question why you introduced new subcontractor without previous approval.
Esto no prueba que hayamos utilizado un subcontratista sin habérselo comunicado a Shkolnik. No prueba que hayamos tenido un nuevo subcontratista no comunicado a Shkolnik. Y no lo tuvimos.
So if I understand correctly, you were transparent with Solela Ben and you received their permission and informed them on welders and on subcontractors, correct?
Creo que sí, no recuerdo lo que pasó hace 5 años, pero era nuestra obligación comunicarle al cliente los subcontratistas que íbamos a utilizar.
And also the welders, right? Maybe I will clarify what I'm asking, because it will also explain the significance of that to the tribunal, which might not understand what I'm asking. In this case, there was a quality control of the project by the EPC. They demanded to know which welders work on the project. They wanted to track the rejection rate, and they wanted to make sure that all of the personnel that is working on the project is qualified and does not fall behind a rejection rate, which we don't agree upon, but some rejection rate. On that fact, we can agree, of course. Is that right?
It's right.
Okay. So now I'm going back to my question. Is that correct that you had to inform Solela Ben whenever you introduce new welders, whenever you introduce new subcontractors?
Simplemente para meter al personal, a los trabajadores en la obra, había que informar a Solela Ben. Cualquier trabajador que iba a pasar por la puerta tenía que tener toda su documentación, su visado, su seguro de salud, qué iba a desempeñar, qué profesión iba a desempeñar en la obra. Por lo tanto, ya desde que enviábamos la documentación y le preparaban el acceso, Solela Ben se le informaba de qué trabajadores iban a acceder a sus instalaciones. Ya sean soldadores, tuberos, montadores, ayudantes o incluso una grúa. Todo había que informarlo. Todos los trabajadores debían informarse. Por lo tanto, si no, no podía entrar nadie. Solela Ben sabía a quién tenía en sus instalaciones. Nadie saltaba la valla.
Okay. So again, just to make sure that I understand your answer, you say that you were supposed to do that, and you are saying that you were reporting that. You allow them to conduct their work of tracking down the fact that the welders which did not pass the requirements and which welds fall behind some unagreed welder rejection rate did not work on the site.
Si nos vamos concretamente a los soldadores y a los temas de calidad, lo que se hacía es, los soldadores tenían que hacer una prueba de soldadura. Esa prueba de soldadura se hacía con un organismo notificado que estaba presente durante el test. Esa persona soldaba un tubo, luego se hacía un X-ray y si estaba correcto, ese soldador estaba aceptado para trabajar en la obra en un determinado tipo de tubería. Esos test, ese approval para que el soldador trabaje en la obra, se enviaba al departamento de calidad para que pudiesen tener control de qué soldadores estaban trabajando en sus instalaciones.
Question for the tribunal. According to the original time, I'm going to start a new subject. The question is according to original timeline, if I remember correctly, but maybe I'm mistaken. We should have taken a break in 11. Now we're changing. Just want to make sure we have to start a new subject or not.
Oh, you're right. It's a convenient moment to have a pause. So let's break now for 15 minutes and we'll come back at 11:15.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to say though, it does seem like the technology is working.
Yes, but you should bring the alternative waiting outside in case it doesn't work, okay? So let's keep them outside even for additional expense. So in case it doesn't work, we have them on at hand.
Can I just confirm that it's working? It looks like it's working for the transcribers. Okay, I think we're going to keep fingers crossed and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, stop the code.
Can I just remind both parties that when witnesses are giving evidence, we have breaks. They're not allowed to talk with anyone. It's safer that they don't talk with anyone about their evidence, so it's safer they don't talk to either of the legal teams. I should have reminded you before the break. And I can see the timetable. I think we're now set with all the technology, but please can both parties, maybe over the lunch break, reconsider the timetable and see how we're getting on. The timetable we have at the moment, there was no indication as to how long each witness would take. If we're going to finish by Wednesday, maybe with a reserve on Thursday, then please can you let us know what we should be expecting. There are 2 points in relation to timetable. Unfortunately, on Tuesday, because of the tribunal commitments, we have to finish at 4 o'clock. And we've got a day on Thursday reserved, but we're not available after 2 o'clock. Now, I know from previous experience that
When 2 o'clock on Thursday, if we use for Thursday.
I know from previous experience that if either party wants the hearing to go on later than 6 o'clock, then obviously you will have to make arrangements with the transcription services for them to work late. So with that introduction, we can now continue with Mr.
Garcia.
And after the lunch break, please can we have a revised timetable?
What you would call beautiful.
Sorry, I unmuted the microphone. I'm sure it will be better now. Mr. Garcia, is it true that both the IMA projects and the IMA Keren agreements are what you would call a bill of quantities type subcontract?
Yes.
Epic, can you please call up block ID 26-1? A second. Just wait for that. Take me a second. I'm referring to section 84, which is in page 20. One page before. Yes. Mr. Garcia, you're saying in paragraph 84, according to the agreement, Annex 1, Appendix 5, not continue to read the rest of the reference, not destructive examinations for pipe wells, the NDT spec. Next page. The required percentage of radiographic testing required for back well joints was set as 20%.
Yes.
Can you confirm that the bill of quantities on which the contract is based upon is required that 50% of all wells to be tested for radiographic testing? If you want, I can present you with a document. If it will assist.
Please.
Okay, so Epic, if you can please show doc ID 1-1-920.
Wait.
An 18 format,
Okay.
please.
This is I can see.
Sorry.
I cannot see in the screen.
Yes, the logo.
Ah.
I think if you need the reference again, it's doc ID 1-1-920. We need it on native format. I think it was presented yesterday. If it's important, we can find a technical solution to present it, but I believe that you're well aware that it is written there 50% TBD, and maybe we can continue on this basis, but if you want,
I'd rather see the exhibit, if you don't mind.
So with the permission of the tribunal, I would ask to introduce it from my own Zoom account in order to save time. Epic are indicating they have a difficulty. Epic, do you have any problem on your system? Because we're also unable to conduct a search. Stuck.
Now it's here.
Okay, thank you.
This one.
Can we go to the sheet which is called BOQ? Sorry, not the sheet BOQ, the entities. You don't see the name of the sheets on the screen. Yes, BOQ entities, this one.
It's okay.
So let's look on column N. Can you agree that the quantity indicated there is 50%? The most important document in the contract, the bill of quantities, on which you indicated that the contract is based upon.
En esa columna puedo confirmar que aparece en la columna N de Navarra 50 entre paréntesis TBD. Pero no puedo confirmar las dos afirmaciones que ha hecho. La primera, que este contrato, que este documento sea en el que está basado todo el contrato. Este es el anexo 1.1 del contrato. Es un anexo más de los 20 anexos que tiene el contrato. Por lo tanto, el contrato está basado en este y en otros documentos. ¿De acuerdo? Que yo haya dicho que es un contrato basado en quantities, en un bill of quantities, quiere decir que es un contrato basado en cantidades. Cuanto más ejecutas, más cobras. Cuanto menos ejecutas, menos cobras. No quiere decir que el contrato esté basado en este documento. Para entender el porcentaje de rechazo de cada tipo de unión, tendríamos que irnos a la especificación técnica, que es el anexo 1. Este es el anexo 1.1 y la especificación técnica es el anexo 1. En el contrato dice que en el orden, en caso de que haya una discrepancia entre cualquiera de los anexos, el orden de prelación será el siguiente. El primer anexo, el primer documento es el anexo 1, Technical Specifications. Por lo tanto, las Technical Specifications totalmente anulan cualquier referencia a los ensayos que hay que hacer en este Bill of Quantities que me enseña aquí, que es el anexo 1.1. Además, este documento no tiene ningún valor técnico. Tú no le puedes dar este documento a un responsable de calidad y decirle, venga, ya tienes toda la información necesaria para poder trabajar y saber cuánto tienes qué sampling rate tienes que hacer a las tuberías. ¿Por qué? Porque no solo hay un tipo de tubería, no hay solo un tipo de unión, no hay un solo tipo de porcentaje. Si nos vamos a la sección 84 donde estábamos, ahí vemos que hay varios tipos de soldaduras. Socket well, soldadura socket well, dice Radiographic Examination 5%. OLED 0%. Y Radiographic Examination para Padwell 20%. Y en este documento, a todas las soldaduras las califica igual. 50% TBD. Sin excepciones. ¿Por qué? Porque este documento lo preparó una persona de compras o comercial, pero no una persona técnica de calidad. En primer lugar, el 50 TBD es to be defined. Ellos estaban tratando de establecer el precio del contrato para ponerlo en el contrato. Y esto es una estimación. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, como pueden ver en la fila 16, hay un elemento que pueden ver en la columna E de España, que es Type of Connection Socket Web. Es W. En el description pueden ver que es un Elbonet. Y en la columna N pueden ver que pide 50 TBD. Eso es falso, porque los Elbolets no se pueden radiar. Es 0%. ¿Por qué? Porque este documento no lo hizo ninguna persona técnica. Entonces, en este documento hay un montón de errores respecto a la cantidad a radiar. Es simplemente una estimación de precio para poner el precio de contrato, para sacar unos avales y punto. Pero nada más. Para irnos, para saber exactamente cuánto hay que radiografiar, hay que irse al anexo 1, que prevalece sobre el anexo 1.1 y en el que dice que es un 20%.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, but I'm trying to understand what is the connection between the question which I asked, which I can read again, was if you can confirm that the number, the quantity indicated there is 50%, minutes reflected. They said 60, but it's 50. And this was the only question, and you gave me a very long explanation, which I'm sure was well prepared in advance. I'm sorry. But it has nothing to in relation to my question. So if you can stick to my questions, I promise you it will be much easier. Both of us will end the day earlier. Please try. The only thing I wanted to confirm at this stage that this document reflects 50% TBD. Is that correct?
Si lee la transcripción, le dije que sí. Le confirmé que sí, nada más empezar. Y luego le dije, y no le puedo confirmar las otras dos afirmaciones que hizo respecto al contrato. Y por eso extendí mi explicación. Pero sí, está claro que pone 50 TBD. Y por cierto, no es una respuesta bien preparada. Esto está en un correo mío de hace 5 años. Esta explicación de que el anexo 1 prevalece sobre el anexo punto 1. Es un tema legal, soy ingeniero, pero sé leer un contrato. Y eso hace 5 años o 6 ya lo dije por correo al cliente. Ni caso.
Can I ask a question this? Because we have probably a lot of questions with regard to the 20 and 50. So just, I would like to make something clear. You did say that the 50% had an impact on the contract price, or is connected to the contract price. Is it true?
It's connected.
It is connected. Are you suggesting that the 50% was initially something which wasn't technically required, which would elaborate and make this project more complicated? Is that fair to say that this is what you mentioned before, that the 50% was something which wasn't feasible from the very beginning, or practical or technically needed or required?
El porcentaje de radiado se define en los contratos y desde
Slowly.
Perdón. Sorry. Cuando tienes un contrato de este tipo, los porcentajes de rechazo normalmente son un 10 o un 20. Un 50% es mucho, pero no quiere decir que no se pueda conseguir. Se puede conseguir, pero tiene unos impactos en el coste y en el tiempo de ejecución. No es lo mismo radiar 100 que 2.
The question was, you suggested that it wasn't possible to test 50%. And did I understand you correctly? Was that you said it wasn't possible, for example, in respect to the Eberlet, it wasn't possible to radiograph that, as an example?
The question is if it was possible to X-ray 50 or not.
Is it possible to radiograph the Eberlet in row 16?
Is it possible to X-ray 50%?
No.
Radiograph specifically row 16, you refer to Eberlet Asme B16.
B16, no, it's not possible because the type of connection doesn't allow this.
Thank you.
I was asking the technical impossibility. That was
I'm sorry, if I can don't understand, maybe I think more technically. Yeah. Hay todas las uniones que ponen SW en este listado no se radian al 50% ni al 20%, sino al 5%. Luego tenemos el tipo de unión que son outlets, del piping. Esas salidas de las tuberías simplemente no se pueden radiar porque no se puede poner la radiografía, el film no se puede poner en el fitting para poder tener una radiografía. Entonces no se hace. Lo que se hace es otro tipo de ensayo que se llama líquidos penetrantes, penetrant liquids, or magnetic particles.
I think that's enough
Okay.
at this stage.
You claim that Soler Ben decided that 50% well should be radiographed. However, wasn't this requirement clearly specified in the BOQ? Is it something? Let me clarify my question.
No, it's okay. No fue claramente especificado en el BOQ porque between brackets is written TBD, to be defined. It's not clear for me. 50 TBD is not clear what I have to do.
But when you took upon yourself the execution of the contract and you agreed to finish it within a specific timeline, you knew that there is something still to be decided, which is the percentage rate of the RT, because it says in here 50 TBD. So, okay, I accept what you say, that it was still unsure, that it would have been changed, that it was TBD. But you knew that there is a possibility in which you would be required to conduct the work on the basis of 50% RT tests. Did you say to Soler Ben, listen, colleagues, I'm sorry, but you need to know that if you will require me to do 50% RT test, as indicated in the BOQ, I will not be able to perform the job on time. Did you tell them that?
Hubo montones de discusiones de ese tipo. Esto va a afectar al plazo, va a afectar al coste, etcétera. Desde que empezó este tema, porque está claro del contrato que teníamos que hacer un 20% y así lo consideramos. Cuando empezó la discusión sobre el 50%, creo que fue cuando empezamos el proyecto, junio 2016, julio, por ahí empezamos a trabajar a mitad de junio y empezamos a radiar en julio y empezaron las discusiones, el equipo de calidad decía 50, nosotros decíamos que era un 20 y por supuesto, esto va a afectar al plazo. Y hubo discusiones que ellos decían, tiene que ser 50.
yeah, but Ram, let me just interrupt again, because we have to find out how to, get over this issue. Your claim, your contention is that in a project undertook to check 50% of the bat wells. This is your contention. This is your argument. And based on that, you have all other claims. If the party undertook or committed itself, it must be before you sign the contract and all the documents necessary in order to establish such an obligation. It's not something to establish in a later discussion between the parties. According to you, it was a mandatory, a substantial clause in the contract. So what we need to know in this line of questions, if you can substantiate that, because they oppose it, they negate it. They say that this was never an obligation on their behalf. They're talking about some kind of conversation, some kind of a discussion, which is later to the contract with regard to the 50%. They're talking about technical impossibility. They're talking about lack of laboratories. We need to clarify this issue, put on your contention, and try to ask the witness.
Well, what I'm asking is, the witness, when they signed the contract, they knew there is a BOQ which says 50%, and I'm asking you, even if it's TBD, did you ask Did you raise this point before the contract was signed, not after? Did you raise the point? Tell them. You need to know that there is some clarity. There is a technical specification saying 20%. There is a BOQ saying 50%. Tell us what you want from us, because you need to know that if you require 50%, we will not be able to do that on time, because it's unreasonable. Did you say that then? Or did you just choose to ignore the BOQ? This is what I'm asking.
Es muy sencillo. La firma del contrato pasó hace 6 años y no recuerdo concretamente todas las conversaciones, pero volvemos a lo mismo. Las partes tenían claro la especificación técnica que decía un 20%. Un bill of quantities que ellos nos dieron para rellenar los precios y en el que ellos pusieron las cantidades, no representa nada más que una estimación. Y yo no recuerdo haber dicho, ¡hey, hay una discrepancia! No lo recuerdo, porque el bill of quantities en sí mismo es una estimación. Las cantidades ejecutadas de soldaduras, de soportes, variaron todas. De entities varía todo, porque es una estimación. Pero no recuerdo haber dicho, ¡hey! Cuando llegamos al site y empezaron las discusiones, si dijimos, ¡hey! Aquí hay un problema. Nos estáis pidiendo 50% y aquí pone 20%. Va a haber un problema. Dijeron, queremos un 50%. E hicimos un 50%.
Mr. Garcia, help me to understand. I never managed the project. I am a lawyer, but from my understanding, when I am coming to a project like this, and I'm giving a proposal, and the contractor needs to understand how much time does he need in order to complete the job, if he can take if he can fulfill his commitments. He looks at the bill of quantities, he says how many wells he needs to do, how many tests does he need to do, how many supports does he need to provide. He understands all of the different stages, and then he says if he is able to make a proposal, if he is able to meet the commitments that are required of him. And this is done on the basis of the bill of quantities, among other things. So you saw the bill of quantities. You saw that the bill of quantities requires 50%, and you will get to the contract what he says later. But this is not the question now. The question now is you looked at the bill of quantities, and I'm asking you if you just chose to ignore it.
No ignoramos el bill of quantities. El bill of quantities definía las cantidades que teníamos que montar en obra. Concretamente, en el apartado de radiografiado no estaba definido, ponía 50 TBD y la especificación claramente decía un 20. ¿Preparamos nuestro schedule con este bill of quantities? Por supuesto que no. ¿Por qué? Porque necesitamos preparar el schedule sector a sector con las cantidades de cada sector. Y esto es una compilación de todo junto en un paquete. ¿Qué hicimos para preparar el schedule? Sector a sector, ir calculando las soldaduras que teníamos que ejecutar y preparamos el execution plan con la gente y demás. Y consideramos un 20% de ensayos. No tiene más.
Let's take a look for a second on the contract itself that you are referring to. Let's put on the screen Epic 1-1-776, please. It's section 2 of R34.
There is a mistake in the transcription. We have Mr. Ruben Garcia with us, and Martinez, sorry, with us, and he's saying that he said that he considered 20% test and not 50% test. I think it's.
I agree that this is a mistake, but actually he said 50%, but I agree that
I said 50?
I don't understand the Spanish.
Okay,
I don't understand.
Yes, I agree to that anyway.
I don't understand the Spanish, so and he says that he said.
In any case, I agree to that. I'm sure that he didn't mean to say to accept my.
It's
Okay.
20%.
Sorry, okay, thank you.
I need to get to Annex 5.
Epi, can you get to Annex 5, please?
He's thinking.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, we'll just find the specific reference in order to save time. Just a second, because this is a very long document.
Yeah, I think it's page 105, maybe.
Until they find it, let's.
Is it page 105, 107, page 107? See, are you looking for Annex 5?
Yes.
It's here, but 2 pages forward, please.
It's not a placeholder.
That one? No?
This is just a placeholder for Annex 7.
In the meantime, just to confirm, when you signed the contract, you were aware that the contract says that the BOQ, which is part of the contract, says 50% PBD, and you mentioned that you don't remember having asked Solera Ben about this previously to signing the contract.
I don't remember.
Okay. Just 1 second. Sorry, it will take a minute more. Epic, can you try to find it in the meantime on the basis of the name? It's called text tax for non-destructive examinations for pipe wells.
אני יודע, חבל הזמן. אני יודע, תגיד.
Asking you to repeat.
Sorry.
It's R67.
R67.
I think.
Epic, can you try to put the R67? Section 2. Thank you. Okay. Can you please zoom on the third paragraph from the lower part of the page? The one that starts with local country. Okay. Mr. Garcia, can you please read this paragraph?
Local country.
Yourself, you don't need to read to me. Just that you're familiar with that. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So help me to understand. Let's establish a couple of simple facts. The BOQ is an annex to the contract as much as this document is an annex to the contract. You mentioned it before.
Which number is this?
This is Annex 5 to the contract. We saw just the placeholder in the signed contract. And it is called text for non-destructive examinations for pipe wells. We can see the first page of the system. This is the document that, if you want to present it to you, it says the 20% that you are referring to. But I am now speaking about a different clause. And I want to understand, this clause is saying, I will read it for the records, in case of inconsistencies or conflicting requirements within these specifications or between these specifications and any other document forming part of the contract, the subcontractor, which is you, shall inform the contractor, which is Solera Ben, in writing, and obtain contractor's written directive. So my question is, you had this inconsistency, according to what you say, between the 50% TBD, which appears in the BOQ, and the 20% which appears in this document. So surely you informed Solera Ben in writing and obtained their written directive? Is that the case?
Básicamente lo que estoy viendo aquí es que está refiriéndose a las normas locales en relación con el safety and handling of MDTs. Entonces, cualquier inconsistencia o conflicto entre los requerimientos de esta especificación, pero relacionado con el local country rules regarding safety and handling. No tiene nada que ver esto.
Take the time.
I'm doing this slower. Ok, este párrafo habla de los temas de safety and handling de los NDTs de acuerdo a la regulación local. Y dice que en caso de que haya inconsistencias o conflictos de los requerimientos locales en temas de NDT con las especificaciones o con otro documento, que tenemos que informar al contratista. Todas las especificaciones cumplían con las reglas locales en relación al safety and handling. Por lo tanto, no hizo falta comunicar.
I don't accept your interpretation, but I'm not going to argue with you. Pointless. But I'm asking you, you are a very serious company, you conducted many projects, and I'm pretty sure that you read every letter of the contract that you signed before signing them. This is also why it took so long to negotiate on this. And I'm sure that you saw that there is what appears to be a contradiction between the BOQ and the technical specification. Also, we need to remember.
Before I forget, I'm speaking for myself. No he visto ninguna contradicción entre el Bill of Quantities y la especificación técnica. La especificación técnica está clara y el Bill of Quantities no. Por favor, continúe.
Okay,
So no problem. So we saw unclarity in the amount of required tests in the BOQ. Is that a better definition?
Repeat.
The BOQ was not clear about how many tests should be done. Correct? That's what you are saying?
El bill of quantities,
Yes, you are saying that it was unclear about how many tests should be done.
el BOQ contenía muchos errores en cuanto a qué test había que ser realizados y además no los definía claramente. Básicamente porque no es un documento para definir tipos de ensayos ni porcentajes.
But you don't remember raising these issues with Solela Ben before executing the contract, correct?
No lo recuerdo, no lo puedo recordar. Yo no fui la única persona que participó en esa firma de contrato. Había un responsable de preparar la oferta, había un equipo legal revisando el contrato y yo participé en ese contrato. Puede que alguno de mis compañeros sacase ese tema, pero yo ahora mismo no lo recuerdo.
Okay. In your affidavit, in paragraph 87, if you want, we'll put it on the screen. If not, I don't think it's important at this point. You are speaking about what is accepted in the industry. What is the acceptable standard of test? Maybe you can tell us just a few words so we better understand your experience in the issue of welds. Are you a welder? Are you an engineer in this field? Which experience do you have in this field, just as a manager or also from the technical perspective?
Mi experiencia en el campo industrial de la tubería viene ya de hace, creo que 16 años con IMASA y un poco antes con otra empresa. Básicamente he trabajado en obras de tubería todos estos años y siempre son las mismas cosas. Tuberías, diferentes materiales, diferentes ensayos no destructivos, pero al final es un poco todo lo mismo. Es muy repetitivo, hacemos siempre lo mismo. Entonces mi experiencia es haber pasado por un montón de puestos en los proyectos. He sido también jefe de obra muchos años, he sido jefe de proyecto y al final tocamos todos los campos. A la pregunta concreta de si tengo alguna cualificación en soldadura, no la tengo. No soy un welding inspector, pero creo que no hace falta para conocer todo lo que respecta a los tipos de ensayos y cómo se desempeñan. Evidentemente, no voy a saber tanto como una persona que está haciendo los ensayos en el campo, pero tengo conocimiento y experiencia para hablar sobre ello.
Okay, now, do you agree when you are talking about the industry norms that theoretically speaking, because we don't agree on whether this is the case in our case, but if the contract said 50%, it would supersede the industry norms that you are referring to?
I don't think that this is a question for the witness.
I'm trying to get
He's not an expert on conviction between law and practice. I mean, what's the point?
He gave evidence on the industry norms.
It's a legal question.
Again, but industry norms is a factual question, and he gave evidence on that.
So you can ask him what is the common custom or what is the practice, and then we can compare it as a tribunal, whether or not it coincides with contractual or so-called contractual obligation. But you're asking to actually to reconcile some kind of a theoretical contradiction between a common practice and a contract, and I think that this is.
He's suggesting that Solela Ben behavior was unreasonable because of the industry norms. I'm trying to suggest that first of all,
what are the norms? Ask him what are the norms.
What are the norms?
What are the norms? What do you please you? Can I ask something? Maybe I'll make it easier for you. Let me ask you. You testified the whole thing on 20 and 50, which is a big deal for the parties, obviously. Let me ask you. What if the technical specification had no reference whatsoever to any percentage, and the only document was the BOQ. What then? Then the 50% would have prevailed in a lack of any reference to 20% in the technical specification. Would you see yourself obliged to act to 50% because it was the BOQ?
Honestamente, el contrato no se hubiese podido firmar. Nunca lo he visto en mi vida. ASME no regula el porcentaje de ensayos, por lo tanto, estaríamos con una obra que no se ensayaría. Si la especificación técnica no dice nada, no se ensayaría y ningún cliente aceptaría no ensayarlo. Y no podríamos fiarnos de un Bill of Quantities que es una estimación TBD. Por lo tanto, eso nunca pasaría. Es imposible. Pero tendría que ser acordado entre las partes. Pero realmente no se acuerda entre las partes. El cliente te da las instrucciones y de acuerdo a su risk management deciden qué porcentaje aplicar. Punto. Y conforme a su plan de calidad.
Thank you. Mr. Podes, can you continue? I think the question you were asking was what do you mean by local norms?
We're talking about standards now. What I wanted to ask you, are you aware of the ASME code?
Yes, I'm aware.
Are you familiar with the functional code?
No, actually.
So,
No realmente. Conozco el ASME, he visto extractos del ASME cuando hemos entrado en algún tema muy técnico como en algún proyecto, pero no lo uso, no lo trabajo, por lo tanto no puedo decir que soy un experto ni mucho menos en el ASME.
Okay, so when you were talking, just to make sure we are clear, when you were talking about the industry norms, you were not referring to the ASME.
Cuando hablo de la práctica industrial común, estoy hablando de la práctica común basada en ASME, porque todos los proyectos que ejecutamos son basados en ASME.
Is it possible that the ASME refers to requirements of how much testing should be done?
Creo que no, que el ASME no lo establece. Da unas guías por las cuales...
But the witness also testified that he's not familiar with these codes. Why don't you refer to particular clause and challenge him? He said he's not familiar with that.
He's not familiar, no problem, but he said that when he spoke, his answer was it's possible that ASME refers to my question.
Speak loud, man. He can't hear you.
Fine. His answer,
His answer was, when I talk about common practice in the industry, I'm talking about the common practice based on ASME. So I think that it opens the door to asking about ASME, but says that he's unfamiliar with the document, so we can move on. I don't need to put the person who is not an engineer today.
I think he is an engineer.
No, I'm engineer.
Not an engineer expert.
Mechanical engineer.
I'm not an expert.
I accept the correction, sorry.
I know the common practice, but if you ask me something specific about ASME.
But you're unfamiliar of, just to be clear, in order to allow you a fair chance to refer to that, you're unfamiliar of specific requirements of testing in the ASME. Thank you.
I'm not familiar.
Thank you. Let's move on. On section 86 of your affidavit, if you can,
I'm not asking about the standards.
But again, if you're not next to it, so you don't know what the tool says, then I'm not sure how relevant that's it. Sorry.
So if Epic can show paragraph 86 in the affidavit.
What?
This affidavit is document 26-1.
Just progress, because we all have it, so we can see it. So in the meantime, just progress. We have it here. The witness have it, we have it.
Section 86. You cited difficulties at the Keren workshop in Be'er Sheva. Can you elaborate on the specific difficulties encountered during the prefabrication work?
Which section you're referring to?
Sorry,
86.
86.
Now, 86, to make matters worse, that's how it starts, yeah?
No, after further discussions.
Furthermore, it appears
It's
that
tab 10 of the hard copy.
86 in the last paragraph. Furthermore, it appears that there may be never defined difficulty during a limited period involving the prefabrication performed by Keren in its Be'er Sheva workshop.
Yeah.
So I'm asking if you can provide some more details about it.
Sí, sí, lo que digo es cierto. Tuvimos problemas al principio del prefabricado en Be'er Sheva con soldadores que tenían más rechazos de los esperados y bueno, por ser corto, lo que pasó es que viendo los rechazos, Solelaben, que estaba midiendo los rechazos incorrectamente, determinó que era un gran problema y por tanto pues, empezó a sobrereaccionar y a aumentar el porcentaje de radiado, incluso llegando a pedirnos un 100%.
So the problem was not at the factory in Be'er Sheva, but rather with Solelaben. I'll just repeat the question because I see that the transcript does not reflect it correctly. The question was, so the problem was not in the factory in the city of Be'er Sheva, but rather with Solelaben.
Problemas de rechazos en soldaduras los hay en todos los proyectos y a todas horas. Cómo se traten esos problemas define el desarrollo de los trabajos. Si analizas un reporte aislado y calculas el índice de rechazo erróneamente y tomas una decisión que va a afectar al proyecto, como exigir más porcentaje de radiado, pues entonces el problema está no en el rechazo, sino en cómo se ha tratado ese problema. No existen proyectos sin rechazos, el tema es cómo atajar esos problemas.
Did you always have a certified welding inspector in the factory in Be'er Sheva, overseeing to make sure that the welds and the traceability documentation have been done correctly?
En la factoría de Be'er Sheva, que pertenecía a Keren, ellos tenían soldadores inspectores de soldadura certificados, porque es una empresa que se dedica a la fabricación de construcciones soldadas. Ellos fabrican vigas, construyen steel structure para plantas industriales. Entonces ellos tienen mucha experiencia en soldadura y tienen sus propios profesionales allí, del lado del subcontratista, de Keren, porque nos suministró como un subcontratista. Nosotros, por nuestra parte, supervisábamos los trabajos. Entonces, allí a Be'er Sheva, recuerdo que tuvimos inspecciones, que semanalmente nuestra gente iba a hacer inspecciones al taller de Keren. Pero no había un inspector de soldadura nuestro todos los días en el taller de Keren, porque Keren tenía sus propios inspectores y en principio no hacía falta poner más supervisión. Y era nuestro socio.
Is it true that
I would like to interrupt once again about the translation. He was saying in Beersheba it's owned by Karen and not by Ima Karen. There's a difference between Karen and Ima Karen. And he was saying in Spanish, I could hear the Spanish, he was saying Karen in Beersheba owned by Karen and Ima Karen is a different entity.
Solo para ser claro, Ima Karen.
It's okay.
Okay.
is it true that ball joints are supposed to be clearly identified and differentiated from any other in the project as part of the traceability requirements?
Sí, es cierto. Todos los elementos de todos los spools de tubería tienen que ser identificados con independencia de si son ball joints o otro tipo closed loops, risers o headers. Todo tiene que tener identificación.
And can we agree that the traceability of wells is very important in quality control, since it ensures that if defects are discovered, proper root cause analysis and other preventive measures, corrective measures may be taken?
Yes, you're right.
And do you think that Beersheba did provide proper traceability?
Soy consciente de que hubo algún problema de trazabilidad, que determinados spools no estaban bien codificados, pero evidentemente cuando eso se descubrió, se corrigió y se acabó. Pero problemas de trazabilidad en cuanto a nombrar bien las soldaduras o las tuberías suele pasar. Es algo que pasa y que realmente, bajo mi punto de vista, no afecta a la calidad del producto final. Hay que darse cuenta que esto está hecho por personas, que sueldan todos los días y manualmente hay que apuntarlo todo y luego llevarlo a un welding book. Entonces los errores pasan. Eso no disculpa, evidentemente, que sea necesario tenerlo bien hecho.
When you discovered those problems, did you stop the work at the plant?
Yo no fui la persona que estaba en contacto día a día con eso, con el trabajo de prefabricado, y sin haber estado allí, le puedo decir que entiendo, creo, supongo que el responsable de calidad, evidentemente, pararía concretamente el trabajo que no estuviese siendo bien identificado y continuaría ejecutando el trabajo que sí estuviese bien identificado.
So, if theoretically they would not stop the work and continue the work, you would consider that to be improper?
En ese caso específico, estaría mal hecho si hay un...
You consider it to be improper, not important. Improper. That's, yeah, when I say important. The transcript just didn't... right. Improper.
No, my wording was that I was asking if it would be improper, not important.
Exactly.
Es que realmente cuando hay una mala identificación de una tubería, esa tubería ya está prefabricada. Simplemente la tubería se pone en cuarentena, se aparta, hasta que se aclara cuál es la trazabilidad de las soldaduras, si es que falta alguna. No se paran todos los trabajos. Esa tubería que le falta, que está soldada y que le falta el número del soldador que lo hizo escrito encima, se tiene que apartar. Y si no se resuelve y se identifica quién la soldó, habría que repetirla. Pero no se paran todos los trabajos.
But if theoretically the wells were continuously performed at the workshop without any corrective action, being taken to ensure the traceability of the wells, you would consider that to be improper. Is that correct?
Si no hubiese trazabilidad en un trabajo, evidentemente no se estaría haciendo el trabajo correctamente. Tiene que haber una trazabilidad.
Wouldn't you say that if you can't match tests to the physical object, this would justify retesting to establish accurate records?
I understand you, please first.
So the traceability problem, if I understand correctly,
Yeah.
and again, I'm not from this field, so my apologies if I'm
No worries.
mistaken, but from my understanding is that when there is a traceability problem, I cannot match between a test, an RT test or a test which is being executed, and the physical object which was welded. So I'm asking, if
Not
that
really.
was the case,
Not really.
you just complete my question, please. If that was the case, if you don't think that it would re-qualify for a retesting of this specific object that is not traceable.
La trazabilidad, el fallo de trazabilidad suele estar o puede estar cuando tú identificas qué soldador hizo una radiografía concreta, perdón, una soldadura concreta. Si el soldador no está bien identificado, no puedes saber quién la soldó. Por lo tanto, si haces un X-ray, no sabes si falló, no sabes quién falló. Es por eso que esa soldadura debe apartarse hasta que se sepa quién es el soldador que falló. O sea que realmente si hay un problema de trazabilidad, no debemos llegar al momento del radiado, de hacer el X-ray. La tubería con esa soldadura debe ser apartada, identificar al soldador. Si no puedes identificar al soldador, no se acepta la soldadura. Porque en el welding book aparecen soldaduras, soldadores y X-ray, todo conectado.
Were any ball joints from the factory of in Be'er Sheva being deployed in the actual power plant?
What do you mean deployed?
Were installed? Did they take any of the actual work that was done in Be'er Sheva and install it in Ashalim?
Por supuesto. Sí, sí. Sí, sí. En Be'er se fabricaron las ball joints, close loops y risers. Todo lo que se fabricó en Be'er era tubería de 2,5 pulgadas y de 3 pulgadas. Era tubería menor. Y lo que se fabricó en el taller, en el site, por Imasa, era tubería de los headers, tubería mayor.
What was the work done by Malchemim?
Estás saltando a sectores 6 a 10 ahora. Malchemim fabricó en sectores 6 a 10 las ball joints, los spools de las ball joints. Pero en sectores 1 a 5, Malchemim no hizo nada. Porque las ball joints las hizo Keren.
What was the difference between the work done by Malchemim to the work done by Keren? In your,
The difference.
your understanding, yes. Different in quality, different in the results.
Desconozco la calidad del producto de Malchemim porque no era un subcontratista nuestro. Malchemim era un subcontratista de Solela Ben, al que Solela Ben le encargó hacer las ball joints, y desconozco los ensayos de calidad que les han hecho, la trazabilidad. Nos dieron esas ball joints y nos dijeron, tenéis que montarlas. Desconozco si estaban bien hechas, mal hechas. No era nuestra responsabilidad.
And do you know how Solela Ben became aware of the issues in Be'er Sheva? Were those reported to them by you?
Cuando se refiere a issues, ¿a qué se refiere?
I'm referring to the issues that you explained to us before, that there
el
were
tema de,
visibility issues, there were
de los
issues with the
rechazos.
work done there. Did you report it? Rejections, yes.
Sí, claro. Los laboratorios ensayaban las radiografías y estas radiografías se cargaban en el welding book y ese welding book se enviaba al cliente. Hubo un periodo corto de tiempo en el cual no se estaba actualizando el welding book, no sé si todos los días o como se hubiese acordado, y el cliente pidió que el laboratorio le enviase los reportes directamente también a él. Entonces el cliente era consciente de todo lo que se radiaba, todo lo que se le hacía X-ray, y también era consciente de los resultados que allí se tenían. Establecieron un método, además. Recuerdo que Solela Ben tenía un método de cómo preparar, cómo informarles de las soldaduras que había que radiar cada día. Teníamos que presentarles el día anterior un listado de las soldaduras y tenían que coincidir con las que el laboratorio ensayaba. O sea que sí, Solela Ben era consciente de todo lo que se hacía.
So it's not the case that those issues were not reported and only discovered when Solel Ben made an inspection of the plant in Beersheba.
Haciendo una inspección es difícil saber si te están reportando bien los datos o no, porque una inspección es visual por las instalaciones. Lo único que puedes ver es tubería siendo soldada o tubería acumulada, ya terminada. Entonces realmente la producción que allí se hacía se metía en las oficinas. A nosotros nos llegaba la producción o a Keren le llegaba la producción del taller y ellos desde la oficina complementaban el welding book. Entonces una inspección al taller no va a revelar si está reportando bien o no la producción, los ensayos. O eso creo yo. No sé si condujeron alguna otra inspección de la que no soy consciente.
One second, please. Okay, let's move on. Would you agree that welding processes and methods can introduce? I will read you something, and I just want to understand if you agree with this sentence. Welding processes and methods can introduce contaminants and metallurgical defects into the weld if a weld is required to withstand severe loading conditions and stresses. It is critical to ensure that its quality meets minimum standards, and that this is the purpose of testing the piping work. Do you agree with this sentence?
If you can put it in the screen, I will read it in English. I will try to comprehend.
Let's Epic, if you can put 1-1-261. Page
which document
23,
is
please.
it?
Which document is this?
This is a document that Mr. Garcia attached with the affidavit, as part of his affidavit, so I'm sure that...
The explanation of the piping works.
Yes. So, there is an explanation here of the purpose of the non-destructive testing. You stand by what is said in there?
Welding processes and methods.
Do you know this document, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I recall it. Of course, we prepared it long ago. It was a document intended to explain to the tribunal, the main features of the welding and the piping. So we took some fragments.
You agree with what is described there as the description of non-destructive testing?
Let me read it carefully, please. Yes, welding processes and methods can introduce contaminants, metrology defects into the weld.
Okay, so you are saying in this paragraph that it is critical to ensure that quality meets minimum standards. Can you please explain to me why?
Why the welding meets minimum standards?
Why it is critical to ensure that the quality meets minimum standards? I'm quoting your own document.
Está claro que las soldaduras deben tener una calidad de acorde a la especificación técnica que está basada en el ASME, para que no supongan un problema en un futuro.
But why is it critical? Can we do the work, operate everything, and hope that it will work without any problem, without any testing? Why is it critical to do testing to ensure that quality meets the minimum standards? You're saying it is critical. I'm trying to understand why critical.
Dice que es crítico básicamente para evitar que una soldadura pueda tener una fisura. Básicamente lo que se pretende es que las soldaduras duren el tiempo para el que están diseñadas y que no fallen por fatiga antes de tiempo. No sé si estoy contestando a lo que me está preguntando.
So the reason that you need testing is to ensure that you will not only work on day one, but will continue to work for a very long period.
Por supuesto, sí.
Can you please explain to me which findings in RTs should lead to a rejection?
No soy un experto en soldadura y no sé concretamente, realmente hay un grado para todo. Hay determinados defectos que pueden llevar a un rechazo, pero básicamente las soldaduras permiten rechazos, muchos tipos de rechazos, hasta un cierto límite. Por ejemplo, sé que si hay poros, por el gas que utilizas para proteger la soldadura, esos poros no pueden exceder un diámetro determinado. Entonces, el laboratorio que examina el film de la soldadura tiene que medir el diámetro del poro y decir, si es mayor de tantos milímetros, no es aceptable. Si es menor, sí es aceptable. Si, por ejemplo, detectan que durante el proceso de soldadura, dentro de la soldadura, hay una una escoria, esa escoria tiene que ser medida. Hay que analizar su forma, su longitud, y el laboratorio determinará si es aceptable o no es aceptable. Por lo tanto, los defectos son aceptables porque no existe la soldadura sin defectos, pero hasta un punto determinado.
Are there certain kinds of
Todo esto es sin ser un experto en soldadura, pero de mi propia experiencia, de mi propio conocimiento.
Are there type of findings of defects that may have serious potential safety and health implications? For example, again, I'm not an expert and I'm not from this field, so I apologize if it's a stupid question, but is it possible that the weld is being done in a way that the RT will expose the danger to a person going by the weld if it is not repaired?
Yo creo que bajo mi experiencia, una soldadura con un defecto no puede suponer un riesgo para las personas de ninguna manera, porque no creo que Solela Ben lo permitiese. Solela Ben quiso que radiásemos el 50% de las soldaduras. Y el otro 50% no nos mandó radiarlo. Por lo tanto, entiendo que Solela Ben también está de acuerdo conmigo que una soldadura, porque tenga un defecto, no va a romper y la tubería va a explotar. Por eso no se radian el 100% de las soldaduras, porque no es una parte tan crítica de la instalación. En mi opinión, es más importante el material de las tuberías, la temperatura a la que vaya el fluido, más importante la presión Y más importante, cómo se opere esa planta, cómo se arranque la planta, cómo se maneje, qué presiones máximas se alcancen y demás por los operadores de planta. Eso es lo que hace realmente tener estrés a las tuberías y poder acabar rompiendo. En mi experiencia profesional, todo lo que he visto romper han sido tuberías por el material base. Nunca soldaduras. Además de los ensayos volumétricos, hay la prueba hidráulica. La prueba hidráulica llena con agua todas las tuberías, las somete a mucha presión y asegura que todas las soldaduras aguantan. Si hubiese un fallo de esos catastrófico, evidentemente ahí se vería. Pero eso no pasa. Si revienta algo, revienta la tubería porque es de mala calidad, no la soldadura.
So there are causes of rejection that might cause the weld, according to what you say, not all weld. I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly. Not all rejection reasons will lead to a catastrophe, but there are rejection reasons that you can see in RT that will lead to a potential risk.
Creo que el riesgo que hay de un defecto muy grande que pueda acabar terminando en una grieta, lo que va a pasar es que pueda haber una fuga del líquido que está dentro de la tubería, pero no algo como para que explote y pueda poner en riesgo la vida humana. Todo esto, como les digo,
Sorry, I don't understand this line of questioning. If there is a protocol and they're obliged to reject some welds because they are defective, then they are obliged. Why are we concerned about the possible damage of something which will be not rejected or rejected? It's completely immaterial. It's not a damage claim here for the potential damage of what would have happened if they were failed to perform. The only question is whether or not they follow the protocol of testing and common practice and contractual obligation in order to produce something.
Because part of the witness statement is that the reason that we did those tests is not in order to ensure the quality of the welds, but rather in order to have the tool to check the welder, anyone's work not, the tool to check the specific welder and not the project.
We have a dispute about it. This is one of the disputes between the parties. And I think it's important to understand
Our toolings understand the implications of the quality of the work and the results of the artist.
Well, according to the testimony at the moment, if the material of the pipes is not perfect, then must be risk. If the pressure and the maintenance of the power station is not according to protocol, it's even a higher risk. And the welding is part of the chain of things you need to do in order to minimize the risk of having a hazardous event or catastrophic event. But
yes, I intend to move on, but this was an important question because of what I just explained. Because
right,
It's just otherwise. Okay. Now,
another dispute between the parties, other than the importance of those RT tests, which I think that we now agree upon, is how you calculate the rejection rate. I want to explore this issue with you now.
okay.
You assert in your affidavit that the rejection rate should be calculated by dividing the number of rejected welds by the total number of welds welded. Is that correct? And I'm referring you, if you like, to section 99 of your affidavit.
Yeah, the rejection rate of a welder must be calculated according to the rejected welds divided by the number of welds performing for this by this specific welder. It is correct.
Do you not accept that statistically the ratio of rejected welds to tested welds, given that the sample is representative, would provide a more accurate picture of the rejection rate?
Can you repeat, please?
Statistically, if we take the ratio of rejected wells to tested wells, I take the number of how many wells I tested and found as rejected, and I split it by the number of wells that I tested. Do you agree that given that the sample is representative, this would provide a much more accurate picture on the rejection rate of this specific welder?
No, no lo creo. No lo creo. Lo primero, no soy estadista. Pero lo que sí tengo muy claro es lo que tiene sentido y lo que no tiene sentido. Si nosotros nos fijamos solamente, dividimos entre...
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we need to take an adjournment for 10 minutes.
Sorry. No, don't worry.
Mr. Garcia, please don't speak to anybody during this short adjournment. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Shall go outside.
Maybe stop the recording.
I will. Okay, looks like we're good to go.
Making noises in our back.
So, are we going to continue? So, yeah. Are we all ready?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, I forgot to ask before, do you have an update on the timetable? Oh, I should first say thank you for allowing us, the tribunal, a bit of time before the lunch adjournment. If you would like us to sit later till 6:15, just to make up the time, we're happy to do that. And so what's the timetable for the rest?
Well, I will update, yes. It appears that we won't be able to cross today, Eduardo.
Yes.
And I need to update that since the last communication regarding Eduardo Garcia, he left IMASA. It doesn't work for us anymore. That's one of the reasons that he couldn't come. He started a new place and he's not that available to us as he was when he was employed by us. So currently we are trying to reschedule with him. We are trying to do it for the coming Monday afternoon, hopefully after the completion of the welding expert, something like 4:30. We believe it can be fine, but still we have no confirmation for him. So we are working on that and we will update later on today.
Thank you.
And so you think today we'll be able to complete Alejandro and Jesus?
Yeah.
That is the plan.
And then tomorrow we'll move on to respondents' witnesses.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Just for my note, do you have an idea already how long you think you'll be with Eduardo?
I'm not sure. Depends on his answers, but I'm quite sure. I don't think that probably won't need more than an hour.
Okay, thank you.
We couldn't hear you now. Yeah.
Yes, sorry. I said that I don't think that we are going to require more than an hour. Yes, yes.
Right. So let's continue now with the
Okay, thank you.
confirmation.
So, before we went to lunch break, we were discussing the rejection rate. And I was asking you about the statistical importance or even rationale behind the calculation that you are proposing. I really do not understand, and please explain to me, what does it reflect to calculate the number of defected welds in the number of the total welds?
Estadísticamente no tengo una opinión al respecto. Las dos fórmulas para el cálculo de rechazos son diferentes en el sentido que una divide entre el total de soldaduras que ha ejecutado ese soldador y la otra divide entre el total de soldaduras ensayadas a ese soldador específico. Creo que la que divide entre el número total de soldaduras es más justa, pero si me pregunta mi opinión sobre esas dos fórmulas, creo que realmente hay otros métodos para evaluar los rechazos más precisos que este tipo de que medir el rechazo por soldadura completa.
Let me just make sure that I understand. Let's say that the welder did 1,000 welds. 1,000. I tested 10 of his 1,000 welds, and all of those 10 welds that I tested were rejected. According to what Solela Ben claims, he had a rejection rate of 10 divided by 10, which is 100% rejected rate. According to what you are saying, he has 10 divided by 1,000. Do I understand correctly that you say that the 10 divided by 1,000 makes sense to you? Even though that all of the tested welds of this welder were rejected, you still think that the number of 10 divided by 1,000 reflects a realistic, relevant number of the rejection rate of this person.
Si hablamos de lo que tiene sentido para mí, no tiene sentido evaluarlo por soldaduras rechazadas completas. Si me pide mi opinión, no tiene sentido. Pero de las dos fórmulas que usted propone, me parece más sensata dividir entre el número total de soldaduras que ese soldador ejecutó. Pero otra vez, rechazar una soldadura completa por un pequeño defecto me parece que no tiene sentido. Debería hacerse de otra manera, que durante el proyecto yo también propuse y tampoco se aceptó. Que es dividir el defecto entre la longitud total de la soldadura, un defecto de 1 centímetro, entre la longitud total de esa soldadura. Y con eso tendríamos el porcentaje de rechazo. Repito, durante el proyecto yo propuse medirlo no por soldadura rechazada, ya que no es justo que por un pequeño defecto de 2 milímetros, una soldadura de 1,5 metros de diámetro, de perímetro, se quede totalmente rechazada. Entonces propuse lo que es la common practice en la industria, evaluar los defectos de una soldadura frente al perímetro total de la soldadura. No se aceptó y, bueno, porque al final tenemos un contrato y en ese contrato se define cómo tenemos que calcular el porcentaje de rechazo. Entonces, para mí, lo que tiene sentido es evaluarlo así, por longitud de defecto. En la práctica es difícil, porque necesitas medir cada defecto y dividirlo entre la longitud total. Pero para eso tenemos los diferentes films que se disparan a una soldadura. Una soldadura grande tiene varios films que se le disparan para evaluar toda la longitud. Y yo propuse hacerlo por films. Films rechazados divididos entre el total de films de la soldadura. Pero no se aceptó. Entonces tenemos que ceñirnos a lo que viene en el contrato, no a lo que tiene sentido o lo que no tiene sentido.
Okay, so just to summarize and to make sure that I understood you correctly, you're saying that you agree that calculating the rejection rate by, in my example, of dividing the 10 to 1,000, which means 1% rejection rate, while all of the tested wells of the same welder were rejected, doesn't make sense. With that being said, you are saying that also the other method.
It's a really long sentence, and you're trying me to agree parts of the sentence. So step by step.
I have no problem of splitting it into simpler sentences. The problem is that your answers are very long, and I need it to be short for me to make sure that I understand.
But the subject is too dense and too.
Let's try together to take it step by step, with your permission.
Please.
Okay. So we had an example. In my example,
Yes.
we had a welder
Yes.
which conducted 1,000 wells.
Yes.
We tested 10 of his wells. All of those 10 wells that we tested were rejected, which means that according to Soler-Ben method, it would be 10 out of 10, 100% rejection rate. According to the method that you say that is in the contract, it will be 10 divided by 1,000, which means 1% rejection rate. And my question was, if it is reasonable to you, and you said that it is not. However,
No, wait.
okay,
Stop.
so let's repeat the question. Is it reasonable to say that this welder, that 100% of the wells, of his wells were rejected?
What is reasonable or not reasonable? I'm not the one to say something is reasonable or not reasonable. The rejection rate, you have to fulfill a contract. It says that number of repair joints divided by the total of joints. Is it reasonable? I don't know. I'm not the one writing this specification. I told you what I think is reasonable. Not to do it per joint, but to do it per joint.
I need to stop you for a second, okay? Because that will go forever. You are not an expert for contracts, okay? So you cannot tell us about reasonableness of, and admittedly,
I can give you my opinion.
and we can't even hear any expertise on the law, and that's why we are here. So the question for you is within your expertise, is within your knowledge. So let's concentrate on an answer to this gentleman's answer, a request or question. Very simple. He gave you some kind of dilemma. Okay, he put before you a dilemma. One person performed 1,000 wells. You tested 10 out of 10. All the 10 are faulty according to the standards that you agreed to be rejected. So is that reasonable that this particular person should continue to work based on your method of measurement, which means is 10 out of 1,000, or should you, as a professional, as a manager of the who doesn't want to take unnecessary risk, think that if 10 out of 10 are faulty, this gentleman shouldn't continue and work at the site? It's a simple question for a manager.
I haven't understand.
You have an answer.
No, I haven't understand the question. By the way.
Okay.
Thank you. Ahora sí entendí la pregunta. No la había entendido. Mi culpa. De acuerdo al cálculo del contrato, sería cierto un 1%. De acuerdo al cálculo que Soler-Ben impuso en la obra, sería un 100% de rechazo. La pregunta es si es razonable que esa persona siga o no soldando. Con independencia del grado de rechazo que tenga un soldador, en cuanto se detecta que empieza a tener rechazos repetitivos, el equipo de calidad ya tiene que estar investigando eso. Ya tienes que ver si es en una misma zona, en una misma tubería, en un mismo plazo de tiempo y analizar qué está pasando. Si en el mismo día o en la misma semana fallan 10 soldaduras, con independencia del cálculo del porcentaje, hay que chequearlo. Pero eso forma parte del plan de calidad, forma parte de los métodos que utilizan los técnicos de calidad para saber cómo van los soldadores soldando. En una semana fallo 10, en 2 días o 3 fallo todas las que hago, hay que ver, porque a lo mejor no es un problema del soldador, es un problema del gas que está defectuoso, es un problema del electrodo que está defectuoso, es un problema de la pistola con la que se suelda, o es un problema del soldador, que tiene un problema, que es que pasó un test de homologación, pero de repente falla todo, algo está pasando. Hay que parar y hay que analizar el defecto. Pero eso no tiene nada que ver con la fórmula que se utilice, tiene que ver con la calidad, con seguir a los soldadores y ver qué está pasando, no de echarlos en cuanto fallan, sino ver cuál es la causa.
I believe that you're escaping the question, but I will continue because I think that your position is clear.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. What is it?
What is the right formula, in your opinion? 10 out of 1,000 or 10 out of 10? What is
You need to wear headphones.
percentage?
Just got the microphone on, I think. Yeah.
What is your opinion on this?
On this subject that we need.
You know, you need to wear the microphone.
It's
Should we take it 10 out of 1,000 or 10 out of 10? And that means 100% rejection or 1% or even 0.1% rejection.
Mi opinión en este tema es que debemos ceñirnos a lo que dice el contrato, que es dividir entre el número total de soldaduras, 1%.
And if the contract is not clear about it, basing your experience as a manager in many thermosolar stations, what is acceptable?
El contrato en este caso es claro. Si no tuviésemos esta fórmula en el contrato, porque esta fórmula la decide el cliente, la decide solo la VEN en su Technical Specification, si no tuviésemos esta fórmula de cálculo y yo tuviese que elegir, no elegiría calcular los rechazos, considerar que una soldadura está rechazada totalmente por un defecto. Yo lo haría de otra forma. Dividiría entre el número total de films shoot, porque da una idea más real del rechazo. Por poner un ejemplo muy rápido para entenderlo. El problema de esta fórmula o de estas fórmulas que rechazan una soldadura por tener un defecto es que yo puedo coger una soldadura de 2 pulgadas, la sueldo en 1 hora y tengo un defecto y me la rechazan. Y luego cojo una soldadura de 22 pulgadas con un espesor de 22 milímetros que me lleva 2 días y medio soldarla a un soldador y tengo el mismo fallo que en la pequeña. También está rechazada. Está claro que la diferencia de calidad, de habilidad entre los 2 soldadores no es la misma. Uno falla en una soldadura así y el otro falla 2 milímetros en una soldadura así. Ese es el problema de estas fórmulas, que rechazan la soldadura completa y no es justo ni es bueno para seguir a los soldadores. A los mejores soldadores siempre le dan las grandes, porque son donde más, donde tienes que ser más, más destreza necesitas. Entonces no es justo. Hay que dividir el defecto entre la longitud total soldada para saber cómo de bueno o cómo de malo es el soldado. Pero tenemos una fórmula que Solela Ben puso en el contrato, no la elegí yo.
Mr. Garcia, I would just like to point out the obvious, that your answers now refer to the type of errors, type of defects that should lead to a rejection, rather than the question of how to calculate the rejection rate, given that there is a rejection. Is that correct?
Repeat, please.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If I put this, I'm hearing the translation and
No, you have to listen to the question in English and then put it on.
Okay,
That's
okay.
put it like this way, I think. This way and this way, this way and this way.
Yeah,
It's not easy, I know. We understand it's not easy.
Sorry.
Your answer referred to the question when you classify a weld as rejected. מי נדבר בערוץ? What's going on? Someone is speaking. Can the interpreters make sure that there is quiet in the room, please? Very disturbing. Okay, so your answer to Mr. Setti's question referred not to the question of when, how do you calculate the rejection rate, but rather to when you classify a weld as rejected. You think that there should be a different criteria in order to establish that a weld is defected, but you didn't answer to the question of how you should calculate the rejection rate itself. Is that correct?
No, I'm not following you. I don't understand. Maybe in Spanish.
No, don't Spanish. It's too cold, it's too technical, no Spanish. No technical, too Spanish. And
I want to cooperate, but it's not being easy.
Is it okay? Is it correct? But he's not wearing the headset, so he's not going to hear the question in any case in your translation. So the interpreter is speaking to us. Sorry. So I am coming back to my question. I will try for the last time. Do you agree with me that your answer to Mr. Setti referred to the question of when you classify a weld as rejected, and not to the question that was placed to you regarding the appropriate rejection rate, how you calculate the appropriate rejection rate, which is different than classifying when a weld is rejected and when it is accepted. Those are two different questions. Do you agree?
The question he did was about what would be my position if we don't have a way of measuring, and what would be my position in the case between the two ways of measuring the dividing by total joints or by tested.
So you suggested that when there are 10 out of 10 tested welds rejected, it means that something is wrong about the test and not about the welder.
No, just the opposite, no.
So why did you explain? I can show you your answer.
Again,
review it.
I'll repeat short. Again, con independencia.
Just answer my question. I was not asking about your position about it. I was asking you to confirm that your answer to Mr. Sati referred to the test itself in order to establish whether a weld is defected, and not to how you calculate the rejection rate, which was the question placed to you.
No.
Okay, let's continue. Mr. Garcia, do you agree that regardless of the test, you took upon yourself to conduct a proper welding, meeting all of the required standards, whether we check or not?
Yes.
Do you believe that you had a contractual right to conduct only part of those welding properly?
What are you referring to?
For example, that if I didn't test you, and I discovered a year later that there are faulty welds, do you think that because I didn't test you, you are entitled to do faulty welds?
What do you mean by faulty welds?
What do you mean by faulty welds?
Faulty welds are welds that when you do an RT test are being rejected. I think it's pretty clear.
What is the question?
So the question is simple. Let's say I don't test you. I test 0%, but a year later I come and test your work, and I find out that 20% of your work was defected. Defected, I mean, when I say defected, for the clarity, is that when I do an RT test, it is rejected. Do you agree that it means that you didn't fulfill your contractual obligations?
Si no tenemos un índice de rechazo establecido, perdón, un RT sample establecido más que del 0%, y yo ejecuto las soldaduras, no tienes por qué venir un año después a decirme que había alguna soldadura con algún fallo.
But you agree that without any connection to the test, you are supposed to provide me a high-quality product which should pass any test, any entity test or any other test,
with flying colors.
No, of course not.
No?
I have to provide you a quality product according to the specifications, and the specifications allows the rejection.
So when the specification does not include the testing, it means you are not obligated to provide a good product.
No, I'm not saying that. Lo que estoy diciendo es, tú estás obligado a seguir todos los parámetros técnicos exigidos en el contrato. Todos los parámetros que define el método de soldadura y todos los ensayos no destructivos que sean obligados. Probablemente no haya NDTs, RTs, pero probablemente haya otro tipo de ensayos visuales o de otro tipo. Yo tengo que darte un producto de la calidad que tú has pedido de acuerdo a las especificaciones. Si tú no haces ensayos, quiere decir que en tu gestión de riesgos no es muy importante.
So you are saying basically that if I want to get a fault-free product with welds that are 100% good, I need to conduct 100% RTs?
I'm afraid so.
Is it not the case that higher number of RTs would simply uncover higher number of defective welds that were already present in any case? If I'm doing 50% RTs,
yes,
and I'm discovering that there are 10% rejected welds, if I do larger percentage of RTs, let's say 80%, should I get more than 10% rejection rate? Or you think that it doesn't matter how many RTs I am doing, I'm still getting the same percentage?
The more RTs you do, the more rejection you will get.
More rejection or higher rejection rate?
Both.
Both? Why? Explain to me. If I am testing a large enough group, there are 1,000 wells, and I tested 50% of them, 500. My understanding is that even without being a mathematician or a statistician, that if I tested 50% of them and I discovered that there is a 10% rejection rate, then if I will test 80%, statistically I'm supposed to get something close to the same 10%. You don't agree to that?
You will not.
Why not?
It's a simple maths. We can do it more simpler. 1,000 wells, and you want to test 20%.
Can I just stop here? Mr. Pardes, it just depends on what you use as the denominator. You disagree as to whether it should be the number of tested wells or the total number of wells. Mr. Garcia is answering the question on the basis of his position that it should be the total number of wells. You're positing the question on the basis that it's the wells tested. The maths is different.
Yeah,
You have to tell the witness which denominator to use.
I will clarify my question.
Because just to clarify something else, you entered to a different space with your written questions, because what you actually asked the witness, and the witness is attempting to respond now, is whether or not there is an agreed tolerance for faulty wells, which are not being inspected, within the project, which doesn't amount to a breach of contract. This is a different question. The question you ask is whether or not the parties contracted to make a statistical test. Once they meet the requirement, it doesn't matter if the things that weren't tested are faulty or not faulty. And this is a completely different base of a contract. So what the witness is telling you is that you were never obliged to get 100% immunity from faulty wells. The only thing you're obliged is to, or they're obliged, is to perform certain amount of tests within certain amount of tolerance and to perform certain amount of conduct following the findings. And that would conclude the obligation, which means that initially the parties agreed that there might be some faulty wells according to your criteria, which will continue to perform, and it's fine with the project. And this is a very different state of mind.
This was not the purpose of my questions. If I may refer the tribunal, what I'm questioning about is what a witness is testifying in Article 98
and afterwards in his witness statement, when he suggests the purpose of the rejection rate at the NDT is not to find the rejectable welds, but to provide a statistical tool to monitor the quality performance of each welder. I'm trying to get the witness understanding of his obligations under the contract to provide a fault-free or good enough welds, and why he believes that this is a tool to statistically monitor the performance of welders rather than performing a quality work, at least in the standard that was set in the contract. There is a dispute on which standard it is, if it is 50% or 20%, but at least in the standard that was provided, whether it is a tool that should be used to promise that at least in this percentage that was checked.
I accept this is we're getting to quite technical grounds.
There are experts on this field.
We can also agree that this will be deleted from his witness statement, but once the witness has testified on things which are in expertise,
You're invited to continue.
Mr. Partes, what I'm trying to say is that it's quite technical ground, and so the questions have to be absolutely clear, otherwise there'll be misunderstanding by the witness and the tribunal. And I certainly agree with Dr. Gabrieli's analysis of the discussion straying into a discussion about what is acceptable level of defects in wells without actually the project being in breach of contract. So if that's not what you intended, then you need to be more careful about your questioning.
Of course, that
You may continue.
Just 1 second. Mr. Garcia, can you please explain what the agreement says that will happen in a case where there is a test, and in the test you find out that a weld was rejected? Do you agree that there is a penalty, that in that case you need to check 2 additional welds?
Yes, I can agree.
What is the purpose of this penalty?
Continue rechecking the welders, increasing the percentage.
But if we are talking about 2 welds of the same welder?
Right now, I don't remember, but in my opinion, makes more sense if you find someone, a welder with a rejection, to make 2 more of the same welder.
And if it's not, I just don't want to waste time. If it's theoretically not of the same welder, doesn't it support the fact that it's not a statistical tool which is being used to test the welder, but rather a statistical tool that is used to check the quality of the entire work?
It doesn't make sense not to check the same welder. This is all over the world in the same way. If you have somebody that is failing, you need to conduct more tests on the same welders, not conduct tests in welders that are not failing, because it won't give you the picture of what is going on.
Let's move on to a different subject. Part of your concerns that you have expressed in the affidavit is about the issue of engaging with Solarca, and delays were related to Solarca. We'll go into it later on, but just for now, I wanted to know, how many people did you need to maintain for the performance of the golden wells?
I don't remember the number. What I remember is that when we came back in December to perform the golden wells for sector 6 to 10, 1 to 5, I don't remember, but 6 to 10, I don't know, maybe 15.
15 people?
But I'm saying it, rough estimation. I don't know if we're 20 or less. It's in the records, how many people we use in the reinstallation after Solarca's chemical cleaning and blowing and the cleaning of the pipes.
Okay, we'll get back to that, but thank you for this information.
But still,
as I understand, if just to correct me if my understanding is correct about that, the golden wells are the most important and sensitive wells, which are being performed by the top welders that you maintain out of the entire group of people you took. You take the best people and take them in order to prepare the golden wells?
No, of course not. Who said that? I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking you.
My opinion on that. So it's in English. Golden wells are called golden wells because you need to X-ray them 100%. 100% means all the wells named golden wells need to be X-rayed without exception. You cannot choose. If you have to test 20% of everything, the golden wells must be tested for sure. Why? Because those are the wells that are not subject to hydraulic test. After the RTs, you perform an hydraulic test to all the piping, high pressure hydraulic test to ensure that everything is okay. But the golden wells are the wells that you cannot test. For example, when you perform an hydraulic test, you weld a big plate to close the pipes. So when you put back the piece that was missing in the hydraulic test, you need to X-ray 100%. So it's another weld like the others, as simple or as difficult as the other. In my opinion, cis carbon steel is not a big deal, so you use a welder. It's not, of course, you prefer to have welders that don't fail, that have no rejections, but this is really difficult to have.
And you had about 15 to 20 people that did that.
As I say, I don't remember the exact number, but yes, we brought some welders, some pipe fitters. They prepare the welds, put back again the fittings, because I remember that we have to remove some elbows and some valves, and then perform the weld, replace them and perform the welds.
Let's move on to the issue of chapter M to your affidavit. We can put it on the screen. It's page 29 to your witness statement.
This is my second.
First one.
First one.
It's doc ID 26-1. Mr. Garcia, isn't it accurate to say, they will put it on the screen in a second, general question. You were discussing a supply of valves. Isn't it accurate to say that relief valves are typically installed towards the end of the project?
No, it depends on the client. And
can you put them at the end of the project?
You can put them on the end of the project. It depends on the project, the isometrics, and many technical different things.
And is it not the case when we are looking at section 130.1? Can you zoom, please, Epic, on 130.1? Can you please zoom, Epic? Can you see it, or you need them to zoom, Mr. Garcia?
I'm okay.
Okay. So, is it not the case that the request for relief valves mentioned in section 130.1 and reflected in the MOMs of the 23rd of August was premature at that stage of the project?
I don't think it's premature to have.
Do you think that there was urgency to order the relief valves at that stage?
If my people on site consider that they need them, for me it's okay. Yes, it's not premature. They were, and if it was before to install, they were doing the things in advance with time enough. What's the matter? What's the problem with asking for the valves they intend to install? I don't see what is the problem.
The problem is that, from my understanding, you confirmed just a moment ago that it can be installed at the beginning, at the middle, and at the end of the project.
Wait, stop. No, I confirm that it depends on the project, on the isometrics, and many technical issues. So, depending on that, can be installed before, after, or at the end. But if they are requesting, my people is requesting the relief valves, is because they can be installed.
So it means that you couldn't, at that stage, you were prevented from continuing your work because you didn't have valves?
Of course not.
Of course not. So that's not the case. So it didn't cause any delay.
No, this is according to the delay analysis performed by Carlos Loyaza.
No, I'm not asking about please answer me only.
This didn't affect the critical path of the project.
My question, my request for you is a general. Please give me answers that about what you know or don't know, but don't give me an answers that were given by other witnesses.
Again.
So my question to you, you confirmed a moment ago that valves can be installed in certain situations at different stages of the project, and you said that it depends on the schematics, on the project, etc.
Exactly.
My question is, why in this case it caused the delay? If your answer is that it's because your delay with experts said that, that's fine. I will not cross-examine you about things you don't know to answer.
It's very simple. If I can install the valve in the pipe while the pipe is in the prefabrication, it will cost me much less than installing on the field. It's very simple. So it caused a delay, it caused a disruption, because this valve, if were not received during the prefabrication, I have to install them on the field. I have to take my people there to put these valves when the pipes were already erected. That's it.
So all valves can be installed in the stage of the prefabrication?
It depends also on the hydraulic test,
Right.
or the pneumatic. There are some of them that cannot be. The retention valve that only allows the flows to go in one direction.
I understand.
Cannot be.
So that could be only on the later stage.
Golden wells. And there are some valves that will be installed after the hydraulic test and will be golden wells, because you cannot retest the pipe.
So basically your demand is, according to your answer, is for valves that are needed where you can actually fit them at the stage of the prefabrication.
Of the prefabrication, or even during the erection, but not once you install the pipe on site, go to another sector, and then receive the valve and have to send them back the people, because all the valves are welded. You need to send the welder back with the pipe fitter, with the machine and everything. So it makes things more complicated and you lose time. But it doesn't mean that it delayed the critical path of the project. It's a disruption.
When did you first raise the issue of those missing valves in front of Soler Ben?
I don't remember, because I was not the one raising that kind of issues of lacking of valves. It was our site manager in Imakarim.
But you'd expect that if there is a missing part that you are going to need to use, this is something that you'd expect some company, experienced company like IMASA, to raise in due time, correct?
Yes, it's correct. You say that was premature, so ahead of time.
Yes, so this is why I don't understand why you claim in your affidavit that it caused delays, because it was premature. If it was premature, then that's fine, and it didn't cause any delay. And if it was not premature, I am trying to understand why you didn't raise this concern that you are missing the valves in time in order to avoid this delay that you are now claiming for.
I feel that this discussion is going nowhere. The best way to do it is to check the valves when they were welded in the welding book, so we can know if we asked for them prematurely or not.
But you don't know that. You claim that this is a delay on the basis of your expert opinion on delays. When you prepared your affidavit, you based it upon your expert.
Before including here any statement, we check in the.
I understand, but I'm asking, when you save us a lot of time, when you wrote this chapter about delays, were you doing those inquiries by yourself, or what you did was to base your affidavit on the findings of the expert?
Of the expert?
The delay expert.
No, of course not.
Of course not. But you cannot present me the dates. Okay, let's continue.
I can present it if you give me time on the welding book.
Okay. Let's continue. We don't have the time, unfortunately. We have to cross-examine also another
just for the sake of the clarity, It's really easy.
Fortunately, we don't have that, not unfortunately.
Let's continue to the delayed supply of commercial support, the next clause.
Okay.
Mr. Garcia, can you confirm that Ima Karen was able to continue work using temporary supports during the alleged delay in supply of commercial supports?
Yes, we could work with temporary support.
And isn't it correct that the delay in the supply of commercial supports did not hold up the work on the headers?
Did not?
Hold up, it did not make a delay on the work on the headers.
At the beginning, yes. When we found out the issue and commercial support finally didn't arrive, we were told, we were asked while we were on site working with the prefabrication and everything, that please, you have to manufacture temporary support, otherwise you won't be able to install the pipe.
So this was the first time you were asked to provide temporary supports?
What?
This was the first time you discovered that you need to provide temporary supports?
For the first time.
You said, I'll read your answer. At the beginning, yes, when we found out the issues and the commercial supports finally arrived, we were told, we were asked, while we are on site working with the prefabrication and everything is, you have to manufacture temporary supports. Otherwise, you won't be able to solder pipe. That was your answer. I was reading from the minutes.
When we found out, I mean, when the client told us there will be no support at all, no commercial support, please start fabricating temporary ones, we start fabricating.
So producing temporary supports was not part.
Stop here a minute. For some reason, you're not being picked up completely. Can you turn the microphone up, the little microphone up towards your mouth?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hello. It's working. It's not working. Hello? Hello? Yeah, it's working.
Oh, yes.
You're a human being.
Just stop for a second.
Hola.
Yes.
Okay. So we stopped at the point that we were asking about the temporary supports, and I was asking you about your answer that you said that only at that stage you discovered that you should provide temporary supports.
Yeah, the client informed us that we won't get the temporary support on time, and that we have to manufacture temporary ones to be able to work on site.
Can you confirm that the delay in supply did not cause a total work stoppage, but rather a modification of the methods you did the work?
Yeah, it disrupted our work, but of course we continue working. It was not a completely stoppage at the beginning, yes, until we get the support on site. But it's not a complete stoppage of the work, because we try, as I told you before, we have a problem to try to relocate the people, try to mitigate as much as possible.
Is it accurate to say that the project was able to progress with temporary supports during the delay of the supply of commercial support?
Yeah.
Mr. Garcia, are you familiar with the solar field pipeworks mechanical erection technical specification that was part of the contract? I'll refer to you and ask to put it on the screen. It's 1-1-1162. On pages 40, I'm not sure, I think it's 42. Yes, 42. Epic, please.
160. Everyone.
Epic, can you please assist us with document ID 1-1-1162?
Legal ticket.
Epic, can you please assist us with the document?
Solar.
We can, okay, thank you. Can you go to page 42, please? Let's read together the fourth paragraph. Can you please zoom on the fourth paragraph?
We don't hear you from the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Epic, can you please zoom on the fourth paragraph?
No.
Epic.
No, we can't. They can't hear you. It's not from the microphone. Ram.
1, 2, 1, 2. Seems that it works.
Think so?
Okay. So let's read together. The absence of final supports should not cause any delay in the assembly of pipes, and the contractor should use temporary supports. Temporary supports are in the contractor scope. So to me, you were speaking about the contract all the time. Here, it's very clear in the contract that temporary supports should be provided by you, and the lack of supports should not delay the works. So I'm wondering, why do you claim in your affidavit, in 130.2 that we just saw, that it caused you delays?
I think it's clear. Here there is a sentence that said that the absence of final support shall not cause any delay. Shall. Okay, this is the first one. Temporary supports are in the contractor scope. That means the temporary supports, we are the ones to supply in case of there is a lack of final support. But still, we need to get the order from the client, the instruction. So if there is any delay, it's on the client.
I don't understand your answer.
It's
Again,
really simple.
if I'm reading the first sentence, it says that the absence of final support should not cause any delay. And you're saying that it caused delay, and you're blaming us, even though the contract says that it shall cause no delay. So explain to me, why a delay was caused? Because you confirmed that you were able to use temporary supports. You used temporary supports, but you try to blame us for your necessity to use temporary support, even though the contract says to the contrary.
Those temporary supports had to be approved by the client. I don't know if you knew that.
So there is a new argument now.
No, it's not new. It's not new.
Not approved temporary support. Where is it
it's
written in your affidavit?
Don't argue, just a question and an answer. It's very argumentative, the whole concession here. It's very argumentative. So just a question and an answer.
I can tell you that the support supplied at the beginning caused delay, and during the installation caused disruption. Why? Because at the end of the day, it's not the same to work with final support, the temporary that later on you need to replace by the final ones. So it caused disruption, it caused delay at the beginning. Hold the work? No, they didn't hold the work. It was another issue more we have to suffer. And by the way, in this very document, you will find 7 different references to the temporary supports. And you are just cherry picking just this one. But there are many of them. So still.
Let's look on page 36. Epic, can you show page 36? The first paragraph, please. Can you zoom on the first paragraph? So there is another place in the same specification. So what you said is not accurate, right?
You are misunderstanding the paragraph. Look at what they say. The contractor shall be responsible for the supply of materials, manufacture and assembly of temporary supports, which he may deem appropriate to facilitate the pipe assembly. Those temporary supports the document is referring are not the ones to replace the final ones, are the ones for the installation, completely different supports, nothing to do. While you are installing pipes, you need temporary supports.
So we can get back to the previous paragraph, but I think that it was very clear and we don't need to waste additional time. I wanted to give you an opportunity.
That your English is fantastic, so.
I don't feel comfortable.
Very good, very fluent, so.
Sorry?
We all very happy. The English is very good. We don't need the Spanish yet.
It's going faster now.
We can continue. Okay, let's continue because I think that it's very clear.
Why not go to the previous paragraph? Maybe you should go to the previous paragraph. It's interesting. But never mind. No, it's continue.
It's redirected to everyone. Okay, let's continue. Let's talk now about the delaying supply of ice. So that's the argument. We're talking about paragraph 130.3 to your affidavit. Epic, can you return to the affidavit? Document 26-1, paragraph 130.3, page 30. Mr. Garcia, were you aware that the material were ordered before Imakelen entered into the agreement and available in far greater quantities than required to process with smoke? Proceed with smoke, sorry.
Repeat, please.
Were
you aware?
Let's split it to 2 questions.
Okay.
Were you aware that the materials were ordered by Solera Ben before executing the contract with Imakelen?
I didn't know, but I assume that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to start.
Do you know that we ordered from Mendelssohn a larger quantities than the ones that were required according to the MTO?
What do you mean by larger?
It means that if we needed,
What do you mean by larger?
I meant to say that if we needed, for example, 100%, we ordered 105%.
This is larger? 5%?
They didn't hear me as well, so I am trying to repeat the question. I was asking if you are aware that we were supposed to order, let's say, X amount of products, and we ordered X multiple by 105%.
At that time, I didn't know.
Yes.
But this is how it usually is done. But 5%, in my opinion, for a solar field, it's not enough. But it's just my opinion.
You think it's not enough to order 105%?
I'm not in the purchasing, but still, I think it's considering that the specification allows to waste up to 3% on the material. I don't think that is enough surplus, especially when we are talking about big pipes, 12 meters. That and considering that in the solar field, all the omegas have more or less the same dimensions, 5 times 5 times 5. So it's, you put two big pipes of 12 meters, then you do an omega, and the omega is 555. So it's difficult if you take a 12-meter pipe and you got 2 pieces of 5. You know, the remaining is 2 meters. It's much more than 5%. But still, it's my opinion.
Which number do you are familiar with? It's not the one.
I'm not working in the EPC.
With other numbers.
I never work in an EPC project. I guess that they, considering the type of project and the kind of process piping, they consider to buy more or less. So I cannot say, but here to me looks a small surplus of material, considering that the technical specification agrees that up to 3% can be wasted.
Okay.
So a lot of.
So you start with 103.
Yeah.
You start with 103%. That's what you're saying.
So the point is, what shall I do with the 2 meters pipe after cutting 2 pieces of 5 out of a 10 meters fiber? Nothing, because the specification doesn't allow you to weld small pieces of pipe, just large lengths. So, anyway,
do you agree?
I was not aware of this 5%, but it's.
Do you agree that the amount of required material was being established in the document which is called MTO?
Yes, the MTO is for that. It's an engineering list for a procurement department to start purchasing the materials.
And the MTO was part of the contract. You have signed the MTO, is that correct?
I don't remember signing the MTO, but it's part of the contract.
Part of the contract.
I was not the one signing the contract.
Okay. And the MTO contained the calculation of the required material. Is that correct?
Yes. The estimation at that time. Yeah.
And you agreed to accept this MTO as part of your contract.
I accept that this is the
Correct. The estimation of that time wasn't written. Line 117. Correct. The estimation of that time.
I think that they have difficulty hearing both of us when we are not using the headphones because of the microphones.
Maybe I'm speaking too fast.
No, I think it's because of the microphone, because those headphones, I think, becomes muted when the headphones are not on our heads. No? Okay.
This is a new argument.
They are complaining whenever I am taking down the headphones. Okay, let's. Okay. So I'm coming back to my questions. There is an MTO. The MTO contains the materials. You accepted that those are the required materials, and we ordered those materials. I'm trying to understand, in these circumstances, why we're lacking pipes.
Sorry to interrupt. Your engineering department designed the plant, extract the MTO, the list of pipes and fittings to be bought, but I didn't accept that this is the material the plant needs.
So what does it mean that you sign on the MTO?
That you gave me, this is the MTO, the quantities you need to consider for your execution plan. This is what you are going to build. If you change the scope, you will add more pipes.
Well, עם מסה, עם הפרויקט, עם הקרן, prevented from...
We are not the one designing.
No, I'm asking, 1 second, let's just hear the question.
Okay, sorry.
Did someone prevent you from checking that the MTO is suitable for the works that are required to be done?
How come we could possibly know if this amount of materials are suitable or not, are lacking, are surplus for a project that we didn't engineer, design, and calculate? How come you are the one giving me the list of materials you're going to supply to build a plant?
I don't understand. Please explain to me. You're an experienced company. The material does not come from Israel. It comes from China in a special order that takes time to provide it. We need to order it in advance. How do I know? When I'm doing a project, I need to know how much material I need in order not to cause delays.
You want to know the contractor?
No, just listen to the end, please. And our engineering department took a computer software, have made a plan, how much material is needed. They even added a surplus in order to make sure that there will be no deficiencies. And you were given the opportunity to check this. What you are suggesting is that you have no way of knowing if you have enough material in the plan. You agreed on a plan without checking it, without knowing if it's enough.
Our responsibility was never, in our contract was never the responsibility of telling you if the material in the MTO at the beginning of the project will be enough to build that plan. Our responsibilities was completely different. To install according to the technical.
Let me ask you this, okay? How much pipes was in this project altogether?
40 kilometers.
40 kilometers. Let's say that you have seen, just signing a contract in the MTO, material sufficient for 20 kilometers only. Would you have commented on it?
Now I know that it's 40 kilometers because I saw it in the MTO.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking is once you know, you are a wise subcontractor, you're well experienced. Listen to me. And now you're going to go into a contract and you see the quantity of material which is supposed to be sufficient for what you are prepared to, you don't know to the point, but you have a general idea. So I'm asking you, would you interfere, would you advise them, or would you change the contract if you would have known that for a 40 kilometers pipe target, the material was probably good enough for 20 kilometers? I'm sure that you would have mentioned something, or you felt no responsibility whatsoever. It was completely their issue and their problem.
It was their issue and the problem, but the problem is that we never prepared a quotation based on the MTO. Our quotation was based on the inches to be welded. and support to install. This is how we measure the manpower we need to work on site.
Based on what? Sorry, it wasn't
Diameter inches to be welded. Regarding pipes, we calculate, we know how much a welder can weld. So we know with this and the welds to be performed, we calculate the manpower that we need. Also the supports, with the kilograms, we can estimate how many hours it will take us.
Right.
But regarding quantities of material, we can't know if are sufficient or no. Or once we are on site and we start checking the isometric, because we didn't receive the isometric, all the isometrics approved for construction. Once we have everything, we start working, we are checking one by one if everything, the material codes for the isometrics we have. But prior to that, the quotation is never done based on the quantities of material or whatever. Welding and supports to be installed. But of course, if we would be aware of anything lacking, we will advise the client. But I think that they have better ways to know that.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
Can I just ask you, you're going to move on. I think I saw it in your submission, something about a cutting schedule. Is that relevant? Is the MTO the same as the cutting schedule?
The MTO the same as?
The cutting schedule.
The cutting.
Does that affect the amount? I thought your submission.
Correct. Those are different. The cutting schedule was meant to be prepared in advance of the performance of the work in order to optimize.
Okay. The cutting schedules were meant to be prepared in advance of the assignment, I guess, of materials in order to ensure the optimization of materials in order not to lead to waste.
Is this a relevant question to put to this witness in terms of the amount of materials?
I mean, he should be aware of those, and as the manager or as a superior should have. Our contention is that he should have ensured that these were properly executed. Ultimately,
can somebody ask him a question if it's relevant to your case, or is this not? Is it?
But this has not been submitted. It is not arbitration. I'm not sure there was something like that. There was no schedule of this kind, to our understanding. I am not aware of any. You did not submit, and so did us. Are you aware of this any schedule of this kind in the files?
First, I would say whether or not these were prepared is a relevant question in this arbitration. So if none could be provided and none were prepared, that would.
Sorry, I seem to have opened up a can of worms. Perhaps don't ask the witness about it, but perhaps you can consider it over the break. And if you then think it's relevant, then you can put it.
Okay. Do you remember when you set up the workshop in the site?
Not really. I think that we got the approval from the client because it was, I remember there was a sensitive issue. Skolnik didn't want us to set up a workshop on site because there was lack of space over there, and we were granted just a small plot, and he didn't want us to build a workshop. Finally, we convinced him, we showed him that manufacturing on site will be an advantage for the project, and he agreed and approved by the end of May that we can build a workshop.
Where is it in your witness statement?
It's in
the just a second, just listen to the question before you give the answer, please. When did you know that Shkolnik prevented you from opening the workshop until late May? May I suggest it's not in your witness statement?
I don't know if
this is not one of your arguments in the arbitration, and we are hearing that for the first time.
Maybe if you go over the minutes of meeting, you will find this discussion with this.
It's not an argument that was made in this arbitration, so I'm not going to open it. But I'm telling you, you never argued for that. I'm guessing that's.
But I'm telling you.
Is it correct? Is it correct that before you had a workshop, you could not accept materials?
No, it's not true.
What would you do with the materials without the workshop?
Start working.
Without the workshop, without a place to do a prefabrication.
Exactly. The workshop is not more than a tent covered with a concrete slab, I'm more comfortable to weld inside. But if I have to work without the workshop, I will do the welds in the same way I do it on site, without a roof. It's possible to work, but I prefer to work with a cover and with a concrete slab behind my feet. But the workshop has not anything special, not a special machinery or whatever.
It's not necessary.
For us, it's much better to have a workshop because we organize much better the prefabrication instead of in the open
space.
Yeah, but there are many contractors there that they didn't use a workshop. We brought one from Spain in containers and we built it. It was comfortable to use the shadow and everything. It was better than working in the open area. But still, we start working in the open area because the workshop took time to be ready.
So you're saying that you could have get the materials and work on them even before you had the workshop. You didn't require the workshop to conduct the work.
We prefer to have a workshop, but it was not ready because it was approved late on May. So I think we started with the prefabrication somewhere in June, when we received the first material in mid-June, and by the end of June we were prefabricating, and the first weld came in the 1st or the 2nd of July. But still, start the prefabrication. We also started in Beersheba workshop.
Now, you in your statement, if I return to, if you look at the screen, you have 130.3. You are raising the ones that the entire paragraph of 130.3.
Yeah.
2 pages to that. Epi, can you split the screen to 2 pages? How do you respond to the assertion that your claims of delays in the supply of the 22 inches and the schedule of the 60 pipes and the 16 inches schedule 40 pipes causing delays to the prefabrication and erection on site sectors 2 and 4 do not make sense given that the majority of these materials were delivered and accepted by June of 2016? And I ask Epic if you can also show us now. It's R64 item 10. It's
1 second, it's too long.
I'm just showing another document so you understand my question. It's a 1-1-1151. Item 10 in the list. Can you go, Epic, to the next page? Next one, item 10. Let's read it together. Large, medium bore piping material for the headers have not yet received on-site, which currently not allow the work team to coordinate the specific pipe or material for installation for WE headers to set that IKA Imakeren can start with the site installation and also to get piping from Vrot and transfer to the required quantity of sites. Pipe material will start tomorrow and will arrive by the end of this week. All material for sector 1 to 5 was received. Documentation is still to be received. And then there is an update. The most of the documentation was received in the F folder, and it is written as done in the MOM. So we are talking about the MOM of June 2016, which shows that all of the materials for sector 1-5 was received. We are talking about a time in which
was received by whom?
You tell me.
By whom was received? Because this is a sentence.
To my understanding, the material for Imakeren to sectors 1-5 mostly arrived directly to you.
You are completely wrong. Completely wrong. All the materials always arrive directly to Solela Ben's warehouse. It was huge, and ours was just a tiny space that we can have 20 pipes. And we were the one applying for the material we want to get out of their warehouse and take it to ours, but a few pipes every day because we didn't have enough space. So all material for sector 1 to 5, the client was telling us, I have here all the materials for sector 1-5. That's it. It's a statement by Avi Mauer. It doesn't prove anything.
So it is not correct that during the Imakeren project, you received Mendelssohn materials directly, and not all of them was received by Solela Ben?
The small bore was directly supplied by Mendelssohn to Beersheba, to Keren's workshop. The small bore, a small bore, 3-inch, 2.5 for the ball joints, and the small bore prefabrication. That's it. The big bore, the big material, valves, big pipes, and so directly always to the client's warehouse. And they were the ones supplying everyone in the facility from this point.
So tell me what you think happened. According to this MOM, you are saying that it was Solela Ben. Let's say that I accept. Solela Ben accepted all of the materials according to the MTO, which is required for sectors 1 to 5 by June 2016. Now you are complaining, I think, for example, in 130.3, in the second paragraph, you're talking that in April, for example, you were missing materials in April 2017. What happened in
which
between?
Section you are referring to?
We are talking about 130.3.
170?
No, 130.3.
Okay. Yeah.
Delay in supply.
Delay in supply of pipes.
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand. The material was supplied in June 2016, the latest, because it is reflected in the MOM. And you're saying that in April that you were missing materials. How do you explain that?
It's first of all, this is not April. This is February, isn't it?
Yes, you're correct. I'm sorry. Continue. February.
So
no, the next paragraph is in April. This is one.
But this is
most of them you complain.
This is yes, because it took a lot of months to supply the missing pipes. The sequence was this way. They have a huge plot plan for pipes, valves, pumps, everything, all the equipment for the power block for our project, all of it their storage, in their storage. And every time we need pipe, we went there, we requested by email, and they, okay, release it. We go with a truck, we put the pipes on the truck and take it to our workshop or directly to the field. It depends on the type of pipe. What happened? When we were building the last of the headers, the biggest one, the one that connects sector 1 with the power block, it's called the north-south header. It's the biggest one in the plant. Our people noticed that the client didn't have the required materials. They ran out of material. So we said in the minutes of meeting.
But there was an MTO. The MTO has calculated how much material is required. And then during the work, you found out that you are lacking material. Now, my question is, considering the fact that it takes time to obtain material, and there is a legal question that I think the tribunal will have to decide upon, who is responsible for lack of material after you supply everything according to the MTO?
You didn't supply anything.
Just a second, let me just complete the question. This is not a question for you. Okay. But the question for you is, why didn't you go to the warehouse, check how much material there is, how much material you need, and come with complaints in real time that would allow Solela Ben to order the necessary material in time?
You were the ones managing the warehouse, a closed area with fences.
But how do we know how much material you waste? Because according to the MTO, the material should have been suitable for the
We
work.
didn't waste anything but the ends of the pipes that couldn't be used for anything else.
You didn't even waste the 3% that you were allowed according to the contract?
I'm sure of that.
That you
We-
didn't?
But it's waste, not that we wasted. It's, surplus that it can be used for anything.
So-
But anyhow, the warehouse was yours. You have the responsibility of supplying us with the materials.
Unlimited amounts of materials, not without any
The
connection to
quantity,
the
the
MTO?
quantity required to build this plant. And
But the quantity that was required to build it was established in the MTO and you were supplied with the material.
How do you know that?
Just a second, do you have any argument? Are you telling me that you think that you didn't get the amount of quantities as in the MTO?
Too many questions. If you can break the question, there was assumption in the first one, and break it, please.
I asked a simple question. Do you think that you didn't get the material that is listed in the MTO?
I think we should have received more.
But did you receive the material which is in the MTO?
I don't know.
You
I
don't
didn't
know.
check the MTO against the packing list. Can you prove that you gave us all the material in the
I'm
MTO?
asking the question, not you.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah,
I'm asking you if you received the material according to the MTO and you don't know. And I'm telling you that I think that you were negligent in handling the materials. And this is the reason you encountered lacks of materials, because you wasted material, you didn't keep track. You didn't keep track of the amounts of material that you require and the amount of materials that you are wasting. Is that correct?
How we wasted it?
How you
How is
wasted?
possibly a pipe, 10 meters long pipe, we wasted it. It's just really simple.
Let's continue to a different
It's
issue.
just make a cut and you have the pipe ready to weld.
In the interest of time, let's continue.
Yeah, but he's in the middle of an answer. Let him, you ask a question, let him answer.
He asked me how did they waste. It was a question, not an answer.
Let him finish the
Don't try
answer.
that, don't try to
No
continue,
problem.
that's fine. And
Sorry.
a question and answer, no disruption.
Yeah.
If you want to object, please object according to procedure.
As I've been saying, wasting material in this kind of plant that everything is straight pipes, repetitive, is impossible. It's impossible. So I don't see how can we waste the amount of pipe that justifies all the kilometers of pipe that we're missing. In sector 6 to 10, in July 2017, we sent a letter with 5 kilometers of piping that were missing. How can we waste 5 kilometers of pipe out of 40? It doesn't make sense. It's a big argument.
I'm telling you that you attended multiple meetings, MOM, reflect that you attended multiple meetings in which the issues of material were discussed, and you saw the confirmations that all of the materials arrived. Now, if you are a company, if you are a quality service provider, my belief is that you should keep track.
No, ask him what is his answer, response to what, just finish the question, ask him to the protocol, what is response. Stop all this mimicking, it's not a ballet show. Come on.
Okay, let's move on. Do you consider your management of materials as something that you are proud of?
I'm proud of my family, but being proud of the management of materials, we have to work.
You think you performed well?
We're not perfect, for sure. We commit mistakes in all the large-scale projects. Of course, we commit mistakes. We don't manage things as we should sometimes, but most of the time we do the things right.
I'm speaking specifically just clarify on the management of materials.
On the management of material, I guess that sometimes we did a good job, and sometimes maybe we didn't. Mistakes for sure happen, for sure.
Now, you have also complaints on the quality of materials that you have received from us, correct?
I don't recall it. Is my statement? I don't recall it complaining.
Just refer the witness to a place where you actually complain about quality of material. Just wait with your answer, refer to a particular place and then, or statement, and then we can consider it.
Azaria will look for it. In the meantime, I'll continue to the next subject and we'll get back to that. The next article in your affidavit is the delay in supply of fiberglass plates. I'm referring to article 130.4.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
I understand from Mr. Shkolnik, and he gave statement on that, this arbitration, that the fiberglass plates were initially provided in a large white gig bags and in good condition. He suggested that it was after this material were taken from Solela Ben warehouse and moved under your control, they were damaged. I want to give you the opportunity to respond to that.
You are referring to section 130.4.
Yes.
Fiberglass plates were never supplied in bags or whatever. Fiber plates, glass plates are, plates this size, this size that are attached to the commercial support to allow the commercial support to slide when the pipes is suffering dilatation because of the heat. So this specifically is not what you're talking about. You're talking about the microtherm.
I was referring to the supplying fiberglass plates, and you are saying in your affidavit, Solela Ben suffered from damage to certain fiberglass plates while in storage by Solela Ben. And my question to you, and I'm telling you that Mr. Shkolnik is saying that it happened under your watch, in your storage, and I'm asking if you want to reply to that. How do you know that it happened in our storage and not on yours?
When our people went to pick up them, they found that in bad condition. But this is a.
But not you. It's not in your knowledge, right?
No, it's not. I was not the one going to the warehouse to pick up the commercial support.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next paragraph. The delay in approval of galvanization.
Where are you? Which section?
It's 131.1. Can you please clarify why the approval of the galvanization was crucial at that specific time? How the alleged delay in approval of the impacted the progress of the project?
It's not a crucial issue in the project. It was just that we have to manufacture a lot of structural supports, and we have to submit for approval of the client a galvanization process for this support, and it took too much time. It delayed for sure the manufacturing of the supports and the installation on site, and instead of install the pipes and then the support, the structural support, when we were in that particular area working, we had to wait until the support came from the manufacturing facility and come back to the same place to install it. So it's like going 2 times to the same place to do one job that could have been done in the first place.
Do you agree that an EPC contractor in such a project have a pressure of a lot of missions and they need to prioritize its tasks? Did you indicate to the EPC contractor that this task is urgent and it's causing delays? Can you show me an email or a correspondence or documentation showing that you complained about it and you threatened Solela Ben that it's going to impact on your performance?
There are correspondence about this, but again, it's something that we know, they know, it was discussed, it supports, this is not rocket science. I need to install the supports, I need to install the pipes. If you don't approve me to paint or to galvanize the supports, I can install the support. It's gonna delay the critical path of the project? No, for sure, are just supports, but it's disrupting me, again.
But my question was if there is any evidence that
there are correspondence about
it, but you didn't attach them to your affidavit, or
I don't remember, but it shouldn't be because it was corresponding between Amir, my partner in Kerem, and Solela Ben. And of course, I understand that they have to prioritize, but still, they have an obligation with us to attend us.
Let's continue. Approval of installation of pressure safety valves. We're talking about 131.2. Let's look. Can Epic put 131.2 on the screen? Epic, can you please put his affidavit on section 131.2 on the screen? You have a hard copy, right? I can ask you in the meantime.
Yes, you can ask.
Okay, so again, we are talking about the discrepancy between what is written in the MOM and the way that you describe it. The MOM says relief valve status arrival to be confirmed by the APC. And what you are saying about it is on 30th of December 2016, Solela Ben finally approved Imakeren request submitted around 4 months earlier to install pressure valves. How do you understand from this that there was a 4-month delay just from this sentence?
I understand that this proves this sentence in this MOM proves that there was a delay in supplying the valves. It's not that they refused to give us. They didn't have the valves on site, and they supplied 4 months late.
But this is not what you're saying in the article. You're saying delay in approval of installation of pressure valves. You're not talking about the supply of pressure valves, but rather the installation of the pressure valves.
It's not correct, the sentence.
So this is a mistake. Okay, let's continue. Now, let's talk about the delay in approval of ultrasonic tests in Article 131.3. You are saying that there was a delay in Solela Ben approval of ultrasonic tests. On what grounds was Solela Ben obligated to grant you a permission?
On the grounds of the technical.
Sorry?
On the grounds of the technical specification.
Just I want the records to reflect my question.
I'm sorry,
even though
I thought you were finished.
So the question was, on what grounds you think that we were obligated to grant you a permission earlier to perform ultrasonic tests?
Since the technical specification allows the subcontractor to perform ultrasonic tests, we ask the client to grant this permission. And it took to the client a long time.
But is there a contractual obligation upon Solel Haven to actually, so whether committed, is that a must according to the contract, or is that customary that you ask for that?
According to the technical specification, the two volumetric tests approved for this project are X-ray RTs and ultrasonic tests. So we apply.
Does it mean we can choose between ultrasonic tests and RTs? Not that they
at the end of the day, Solela did what they want, and they choose or not choose. But you understand that the ultrasonic test. What is the problem with ultrasonic tests? Why we don't use often? Because they're so expensive. So expensive, and you need good people to do it, and it takes a lot of time, and you need to polish all the welds with manpower, with a grinder. You need to do it perfect. It takes a lot of time, but the bright side is that you can perform it during the day with people around. It's not emitting any radiation, so it's amazing for that. So due to the increase to the 50% of the artists, and to cope with everything, say, let's use UT during the day, artists during the night, and let's move forward. And finally, they approve. It took time to them because they have to prioritize.
We delayed in doing something that we didn't need to do. But okay, I understand. Let's continue. Delay in welding 4 openings until completion of acid cleaning. It's Article 134 of your affidavit. You're saying that from our own reasons, we decided not to disclose the closing of these 4 openings from Imakeren scope of work and maintain this final work of Imakeren scope of work on the one hand, not allowing Imakeren to complete the work until completion of the acid cleaning on the other hand. So, just for me to understand, can you confirm that the golden wells are indeed the final wells of the project and cannot be conducted before you complete the tests? Because you need to disconnect between the headers and the loops when you're conducting those tests, and the golden wells are the ones which connect the header to the loops and can be done only at the end after the test.
I'm sorry to disagree once more. No, golden wells are the ones that you cannot hydraulic test, and so you need to X-ray 100%.
And you need to do that after the hydraulic
test, right? It's not at the end, at the beginning. It's related with the hydraulic test. So we perform golden wells during the execution of 1 to 5, specifically in September, when after the pneumatic test, we have to reinstall the pipes and we have to perform a lot of golden wells that couldn't be tested because this is how the process is. But this belongs to our contract. And then Solelaven said, hey, stop guys, I need to clean also the pipes. Chemical cleaning, blowing, a lot of things out of our scope of works. So I need you to leave these pipes unwelded and perform for me some temporalities, some connections to place hoses and different stuff to clean, to wash the pipes by the inside. So you leave it open. As soon as I finish, you will close it. So that's the reason why the problem is that it took too much time.
But do you agree that we couldn't perform the golden wells before we did the testing, the pneumatic testing and the hydraulic testing? Sorry.
No. After the pneumatic testing, all the golden wells were performed. And the only ones you left open were the ones that because of your chemical cleaning or commissioning activities, you need not welded.
So you need to maintain some of the wells to the end after the cleaning.
After the cleaning.
Why are you complaining in this sentence that they were not allowing Chemicalian to complete the work until the completion of the acid cleaning if it was not possible to do that?
Because the acid cleaning was on you. Because it has nothing to do with us. We should have finished those wells and that's it. And then you, with another subcontractor or even with us, to perform the acid cleaning how you plan it. But we didn't have any.
Let me ask you this. Are you saying that you could have, Solelaven could have performed the acid cleaning after the golden wells?
No, what I'm saying is.
So they had to do it before? Or you're saying there was no requirement to do cleaning?
Let me explain again. Once the pneumatic test took place and the hydraulic test took place, all the golden wells were performed and the project finished, except for 4 wells that we were not allowed to finish. Why? Because Solelaven wanted to use those pipes to clean, to wash all the solar field. But this has nothing to do with our scope.
Was there another way of cleaning?
I don't know because I don't take part in commissioning activities. This is always usually done after our job.
So you would normally do the cleaning after the 4 golden wells?
What they usually do is acid cleaning in headers or in loops, connecting hoses and putting inside the acid liquid to wash everything. When they do it, it's up to them. When they finish it, it's up to them. It depends on the client skills and the availability of resources, but it's not on us.
What I don't understand is whether there was another way to chemically clean.
I don't know. This is the way they choose.
Okay. And you don't have an expectation in your mind as to how long they should have taken to do the chemical?
No, because chemical cleaning depends on many factors. I saw chemical cleaning to last 15 days, chemical cleanings to last months. It depends on the dirtiness, it depends on the length of the pipe you're washing. It depends on many different factors.
It sounds as if you didn't expect to have to wait for chemical cleaning.
We didn't expect to wait. How long we waited? From September till January. No, we didn't expect that long.
Did you not expect to wait at all, or just a week?
We were never informed about this 3-4 months stoppage, and what we did is wait. And when we were allowed, by the way, then we were requested to perform works for this chemical cleaning. So we have to provide them with some piping and special gadgets to be able to perform the chemical cleaning.
Thank you.
So we were happy.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, let's move on to the variation orders. We are in Article 140 to your
just one moment. To the best of my knowledge, you didn't sue or ask for any damages for this period of time because you never claimed that it actually caused you an actual damage.
You're talking about the four opening for sector 6 to 10.
It's not part of your monetary claim.
That's because we didn't suffer damages for that.
Exactly.
That's correct.
So basically, it's not part of your monetary claim. Yeah.
And then we finish it with the people.
We know that. I mean, just to make sure, just to verify that it's not part of your monetary claim. All this 3 or 4
It was
months.
not done.
That's fine. Just
Let's move on.
continue.
VO 5, Article 141. You're speaking about the temporary supports and the variation order that you issued on the temporary support.
They said that they demobilized and then I think you're saying what you're saying that you decommissioned everything, demobilized everyone, you brought them from the other side.
Yeah, we demobilized the people when we couldn't work anymore. And these 4 openings were finished by our same workers of the Masa, but that were on site in January to finish the sector 6 to 10.
It's 4. How long is it going to continue? Because it's
I'm trying.
sorry. So I'm just
My purpose was
optimistic.
to
It's
try.
3. So how long do you think?
My purpose was to try to finish it by 4 o'clock to have 2 hours with Jesus. That's the plan.
Perfect.
I hope that I will succeed with that. Okay, let's look on VO 5 on Article 141 and on. You were requesting money for the temporary supports. However, we showed you before, and I will show you again. Can you Epic load 1-1-1162 at page 46? It's the quote that I showed you before, saying that you have no contractual right to get payment for temporary supports. Do you want to explain to me how come you made them sign a variation order when you had no contractual right to get this money?
Skolnick, the construction manager, understood perfectly the issue and our entitlement to get paid for these temporary supports, because they were not meant for erection, were meant to replace what Solelaben didn't supply. So Skolnick, the construction manager, agreed to pay for these supports.
Where is it written in the technical specification that it is not for erections but for other stuff? Can you show me where it is written? Because I showed you an article that says that you are not entitled to money for temporary supports. You are now saying that you are entitled if it's for erections.
Where is the section that we are not?
We are talking about an article. It's
Show me where
1-1-1162. It's R75 and it's page 46. And we are talking about the 4th paragraph, if Epic can zoom in. And there is the other article that I showed you, it's 2 pages before that, which says that you get no money for that as well. No, it's not that, it's the previous one. The contract shall be responsible for supply, manufacture, assembly, disassembly with no charges for the EPC contractor. All the temporary supports required for the execution of the work.
For the execution.
Do you see any place where it's written that the erection is not included in there?
I don't see where it's written that we are not entitled to be paid for fabricating supports to replace the ones you didn't provide. This is just talking about temporary supports required for the execution, the erection of the works.
And the temporary supports.
Do you think that a contractor will sign a clause accepting to provide all the temporary support to replace yours without being paid?
I think the contractor did not sign. I think that Shkolnik signed that he received the work, not approved the payment. I think that Shkolnik was not allowed to sign this kind of document. I think he knows that, but I don't think this is an argument.
You say that Shkolnik was allowed to sign payment application of 8 million shekels and not temporary support?
I'm saying that he was not, and I'm saying that you know that he was not. You know exactly, you worked for years with those guys, and you know exactly who is authorized to sign on behalf of Solelaben and who didn't.
Without Itzhak Skolnik's signature, nothing will move forward.
Yes, I agree. Nothing would move. Not
Variations, payment application.
But this is my point. The only reason that this variation was signed, because nothing would move on if they would not sign that, because you, under duress, demanded. Sorry, let me just finish my question. I'm saying to you that according to the contract, it's very clear that you shouldn't get any money for the temporary support, because in this article 141 going on, you're talking about temporary support. And the reason that you demanded money and you issued variation order 5 is that you told Solelaben that if you will not get the variation order for that, you will not continue the work. That's not correct.
Of course not.
You would agree to continue the work without the variation order 5 and to supply that temporary?
As we did. We couldn't
without the variation orders.
No, wait. We performed many different variations on site, and it took months to them to approve and sign. because they didn't care about us. We were being pushed, bullied, and everything, and not even paid, pending applications, variations, and finally, we got them to approve the variations, and still, they didn't pay.
Let's continue.
Come on.
Let's continue. Let's talk about Abengoa. You said in your affidavit that there was a suspension of works in 2015 due to Abengoa leaving the project.
Which section?
Just a second. Uh, 162. What? Just a second. (22 to 35). The first witness statement. Yeah. So in 22 to 35, you're basically saying that the collapse of Abengoa caused delays, and I'm trying to understand. Can you show me any demand from Solela Ben to stop the work because of Abengoa?
I cannot show you any demand from Abengoa, but it doesn't prove that the work was not stopped. Of course.
Can you confirm that you signed an amendment number 2 to the contract, and ask Epic to put it on the screen, 1-1-816, after the story with Abengoa ended, in order to correct the contract with new dates?
Yeah, to amend the dates, yes.
So what I'm trying to understand is, you signed an amendment with setting a new commencement date. Why do you think that after signing this amendment, which sets a new commencement date, and clearing all of the issues you had between you and Solela Ben because of Abengoa, this was the purpose of this amendment, right? The purpose of this amendment?
No, the purpose of this amendment was to amend the dates, but there is no.
Why to amend the dates?
Because we didn't work before because of the suspension. Everything was put on hold. There was nobody to talk to, and we didn't receive the materials. Without materials, you cannot work.
Did you negotiate on this agreement, on this amendment?
Yes.
And during this negotiation, did you demand additional payment? Did you demand that you will get compensated because of the fact that Abengoa left the project and it allegedly caused delays?
In this amendment?
Yes.
There is, listen.
This is an amendment to agreement that you signed after there is a new commencement date. If you thought at that stage that you should get compensated because of delay, why didn't you demand that it will put on the contract? I'm telling you, if you signed the contract, the amendment.
But let him answer.
Let me answer.
Just let him answer.
In this amendment 2, we signed to amend the dates. Did we waive our rights of being compensated because of this situation? No. So that's it. Here's the claim.
So you signed an amendment setting a new commencement date.
Yes.
Without requesting any compensation.
We discussed.
And the first time
it was
you came
clearly for the parties that there was a damage, but we want to move on and start working as soon as possible.
But you cannot show.
Solela Ben never asked to waive our rights in this regard of claiming for cost, and we neither did. So where's the?
But you cannot show me a single email, minutes of meeting, anything that shows me, that will show me that you were stopped from working or performance during the time that Abengoa collapsed.
It's really simple to know that. Just check when did you deliver the material to us. The materials arrived partially in June 2016. Without material, I cannot perform.
I have this reason, but
It's really simple. You didn't deliver material until you have sorted out the issue with Abengoa and replaced by TSK. So no way I can work.
What I cannot understand is when you negotiated on having an amendment to the agreement, why at that stage, if you believed that you should be compensated, why didn't you raise it, and why wasn't it part of the amendment? And why shouldn't I understand that if you sign this amendment with new commencement date, you accepted that you should not get any compensation?
We didn't accept that we shouldn't get any compensation.
Okay. Let's move on.
Please.
Let's talk now about the machining work of fitting and piles. just looking on the time, maybe I'm going to skip this. Give me 1 minute to see how we can shorten my cross-examination.
Did you submit to us only the amendment or any correspondence prior to that? Did you negotiate and there was some correspondence of drafts before the amendment, or that's the only document that we have to look at? So there's no draft. So the only thing we can see is really what's written there. So if we attempt to search for removal of any rights or claims or whatever, it should be contained or not contained in this amendment. That's what we have in front of us, basically.
Correct.
I'm not talking about removal of dates, but I'm saying that if there is an agreement which says that there is a commencement day, and then we change the commencement day, and we agree on a new commencement day, you cannot then file this is a legal issue.
Yeah, well, surely the wording speaks for itself, isn't it?
Sorry?
The wording speaks for itself, and we do have the amendment to look at and to decide whether or not what it contains, what kind of agreement it contains. Right, I understand now. Okay. There's no further documentation that we can look at or correspondence that you submitted within all the 2.5 million of documents that we received. This submission, nothing.
We need to double check, but the rest of our memory there is no.
There's nothing else. Right. Okay.
Also to my best of my memory.
Right.
Okay, let's now speak about the second part, the IMA project agreement. In section 222 of your witness statement, you are saying Solera Ben refused to sign the IMA project agreement before IMA project would agree to accelerate the works and also sign an amendment incorporating such acceleration. So let's establish few facts that I think we will be able to agree upon.
Okay.
If I need to present it, I will present it, but
I have in
highly appreciate it. Sorry?
In front of me, I have this
Okay,
section.
great. So would you agree at the first stage that this was not an actual acceleration, but rather the dates in the amendment were delayed?
It was an acceleration, of course. We waste a few months because Soler Ben didn't want to sign the contract. I don't know why. We started working on this contract, I think, in February 2017. We had the kickoff meeting, the documentation was ready. We thought they were about to sign. They hold the contract for 3 months, 2-3 months. I don't remember, it's written here. And we were complaining, and we continue working in the project. Of course, not full speed because we have limited resources, but we didn't want to bring more people because we were not getting paid. We were not getting the advance payment that we thought. We were saying you will get the advance payment no matter what. So we continue.
I'm sorry, but you are not answering my question, and I'm trying to finish the cross-examination. It's going to take very long. My question is very simple. It was very simple.
Yes.
No, my question was if the dates in the acceleration plan in the amendment were later to the date of the original agreement or earlier to the dates of the original agreement.
Of course, later.
Thank you. That was the only question.
That's
The
it.
second,
But it's an acceleration because we waste 3 months waiting for the contract.
Can I ask you, you're a CAO, and this is a common practice for you to start working in such a massive, such a large project, so much responsibilities. Why should you even start working before you have a signed contract confirmed by all the authorized personas? I mean, this is the first things in management. You're entering. I mean, I don't understand what is it. We started slowly, and then once there isn't a contract, there is a contract, so you don't start. That's common custom for such. So I don't understand what went behind it. And then you're complaining now that you have two kinds of periods. One is before the contract signed, and now the second after that. So surely it's something that it's not a common practice, and this is a CAO practice.
It is not. It is not, and we were deceived, but also we, a sense of confidence on the people. We were told, all the paperwork takes a long time to prepare, a lot of time. So was ready. So was nothing preventing Soler Ben to sign.
But a signed contract. Which is what will, what create the opportunity. So how many disputes we have now after you signed the contract. Nevertheless, if you didn't. So admittedly, you waited because you really wanted the job as well. It was a good job, isn't it? Good project.
We thought that we could perform it well. Our partner, Kenneth, didn't want to come with us, and we decided that we can do it, and we have now we know the client, now we know how to do it.
So you were willing to wait in a stage of uncertainty before the contract was signed because you thought that it's a good contract worth waiting for. And even start working and taking the risk. I mean, that's fine.
No, but we didn't know that it will take that long. We were complaining every week, and every week we were told, don't worry, it's under signature. And what happened? It was almost signed. And when I say almost, I knew at heart it was signed by most of the representatives of Soler, except for one. It was Jesse Sneer. He put it on the table, somebody told me, from TSK, and it was just his signature pending to be stamped. And we were waiting, performing, thinking that they will compensate us for that. Of course, it's not. If I would have to repeat it, I would do it.
Okay.
Tell me something. If I will tell you that the agreement was signed in March and the acceleration phase was signed in April, and I'm willing to show you the dates on the actual agreements, you said that you have it in front of you, so maybe you save us time. How can it be that they didn't agree to sign before they will give you 2 million that they volunteered to give you? No problem. Epic, can you put on one side 1-1-66 and on the other window 1-1-68? It seems there is some problem with the Epic system because also on our computers it doesn't work now. Would you accept as a theoretical possibility that if the agreement was signed a month before, and this is something that the tribunal would be able to see in its own eyes, it was signed months before, it means that your version of events that Soler Ben insisted on paying $2 million additional money to you, doesn't make any sense? That they didn't agree to sign the agreement before the amendment?
Jesse Sneer from Soler Ben said, we need to sign the amendment before the contract. To be sure that we are going to commit to the dates, not in the contract, but the ones in the amendment.
No, can we see on the right document the 8th page? 80, sorry, page 80. No, I don't think it's 80. It's the signature page, the last page. Can we see on the signature of? Can you please enlarge the signature date?
Where is the signature date?
On the top left corner.
Who is that? Who is that? It's one of them. But who? The beauty project. The beauty project director, I guess, is Rosana Melith. She signed, of course. But the rest of them, I don't see any date. And more than that, when did we receive this contract signed? When? Do we have on the record the correspondence with this contract? We have. Okay.
And you accept, and you, let's continue, I don't.
No, we have the evidence. You want.
I am sorry, but this is not what is seen in the signature, but we will leave it to the closing submissions. Can you agree that the parties did not wait for the agreement to be signed and the kickoff meeting was held already in January 2017?
Yeah, the kickoff meeting was held in, when it was, please help me with the section, 222. The kickoff meeting took place on the 31st of January 2017. Yes.
And when you signed the amendment number 1 post April 27th, you were already aware of the date of the contract execution, correct?
Yeah, we have new milestones.
Sorry?
We have new milestones.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Let's come back to the supply of EPC goods, which is now being argued regarding the IMA project agreement. Would you consider IMA project's management of material an example of its professionalism? How do you compare? How do you compare the IMA project's management of material to the IMA Keren management of material? Is it the same? Is it better? Is it worse?
I don't know what to answer. I think it was more or less the same. It was the same. IMASA was involved in both projects in the same warehouse, same facilities. I presume it was the same. I don't know. I don't know what else. Mistakes for sure.
By the way, when you signed the new agreement, the IMA project agreement, you were already aware that according to the interpretation of Solela Ben, 50% RDs are required, right? You knew that this was their interpretation of the contract. You didn't agree to that, but you knew that that is what they are claiming.
They were claiming in 6 to 10. They were claiming in the kickoff meeting 50%.
And did you ask to adjust the contract, to adjust the timeline in order to facilitate for that?
I was sure the contract was stating 20% in the technical specification, and in sector 6 to 10 contract, the client never tried to change the technical specification. Why? Because they know that we wouldn't sign it.
I disagree, but let's not get into that. I just wanted to ask you if you raised it during the negotiations, and you say no. Okay, and Mr. Garcia, you mentioned in your testimony that there was a delay of supply of EPC goods also to the IMA project agreement. I refer to Article 229.1, for example, and you referenced in your statement to various instances from the minutes of meetings.
1 second, let me.
It's starting. If you want the specific reference, it's starting from.
Let me read it, please.
Section.
Let me see. When
I will refer to a more specific place from Article 243 going on.
43 and going on. Where did you have?
Yeah, this is the header. You put a summary of what you're going to say, and the actual explanation of the lack of workflow is in 243.
So
you want me to put it on the screen?
Let me focus. Where we are?
We are at Article. In Article 246, for example, you say the delay in supply of EPC goods.
Before start reading, let me 246. Okay. These delays was recorded for example, missing elbows, general pipes, pending 1 inch. We are in 6 to 10.
246.
Yeah.
For example, 246.1, you're saying that it shows missing elbow pieces.
Yes.
What I'm seeing in the MOMs, which is put in there, status required to be checked. Do you agree that status required to be checked does not equal to missing elbow pieces?
It is. It was an issue with the 2.5 elbows. We cannot use them.
Is it written in the MOM, or is it something you're adding?
It's something. It's clear from my experience on site. 2.5 elbows status required to be checked.
To be checked doesn't mean that it is missing.
What does it mean?
It means that it needs to be checked.
Okay. Okay. So, but
for example, you had a list on the 21st of August, which is mentioned 2 paragraphs later, that 60 cups, 250 meters, 1 inch pipe, 12 meters, 18-inch pipe. It doesn't include the articles that you mentioned before, the elbows, for example.
Because this list was performed in June, and the elbows issue was in April.
So is it possible?
2 months you sort it out.
But is it possible that it was checked, it was found, and it was provided to you?
I don't think so.
How do you see that from the minutes of meetings?
How do you see it differently?
Because I see that it is checked. It doesn't say missing.
How can you establish the connection between
Is it possible? Is it possible that it was checked? They found that they have it and they gave it to you.
I don't think it's feasible, but Everything can happen.
I mean, what kind of testimony, the assumptions? I think he knows or he doesn't
But
know.
he give-
Can you give us a statement of fact of what he knows from as first hand that makes any difference in this arbitration? Not assumption, not deductions, not anything else. Does he know or he doesn't know?
I agree, but this is what he puts in his witness statement.
So
which
why
is
do
the
you want to
question.
complete his version now by cross-examining him? If it's lacking any evidence, then that's what you should claim. By cross-examining him now, he's completing his testimony.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. In Article 247 of your witness statement, you have mentioned that upon identifying the significant upcoming problem related to the missing materials, you requested a special meeting with Solela Ben, and this request was made on May 8th, and according to the minutes of meetings you attached from June 5, under Section 6, it is recorded that you have provided for the first time a detailed status of all the required orders and needs.
We were required by Solela Ben. We have a meeting. We were being required to provide. You know, it was the end of the contract. We were in 2017 May. Sector 1 to 5, about to finish. Sector 6 to 10, about to be finished. Lacking of materials. So we sit together again and we check and we conclude that those amounts of pipes were missing and fittings as well.
Why did it take you 3 months to provide the list of missing material?
3 months? Where do you see 3 months? The list was provided on
The
27
agreement
June.
was signed in March, and only in June you provided the list of the missing materials. Why not in March? If in March you signed the agreement, you executed the agreement for the IMA project,
Yes.
the IMA project agreement. You could provide the list of missing materials, and then if it's indeed missing, Solela Ben could place an order, but you waited 3 months, and only 3 months later you post the list.
First of all, we didn't have the obligation of checking all the materials, going to your warehouse, look for the materials, check against the isometrics, etc. We did it, and we did it in a daily basis. But finally, we prepared a letter. This is a letter we prepared complaining about the situation and putting it in writing. It was not a simple exercise. So why we didn't do it before? We did it. We were complaining about lack of materials all day long, and nothing happened. And we saw coming a big issue, and we put it in writing.
Just a second, sorry.
Still, nothing happened.
Just a second. One second, sorry. תן עכשיו. יכול להיות שיש לי את זה פה? Would you agree that the material handling of Ima Keren was the biggest disaster in history?
Yeah, I don't think it was perfect, but the biggest disaster in history, for sure not. We have experience enough.
Epi, can you please put on the screen doc ID 1-1-298? Unfortunately, this is a document that was submitted by my colleagues, and to the best of my knowledge, they provided the document without a translation, so I had to use Google Translate in order to understand it.
Why, unfortunately?
But maybe you can read to us on the email that is in the middle, the second sentence.
First, this is an email provided by us momentarily during discovery.
No, it was submitted by you as one of the appendices of your affidavit.
Yeah,
Can we just wait?
Yes, it's CWS. Just a second. Just a second. CWS -1-133. It should have been translated, but it wasn't.
CWS
133. Maybe I missed the translation, but to the best of my knowledge, it's not there.
Okay, let me read it. Pudiésemos estar viendo los materiales para el mundo, para tal y como la indicación de los materiales solamente se entregó y quedas disconformes, puede por favor enviarnos un mail, somos incorrectos y tal, y con una pérdida de millonarios. Lo tiene por la parte de correo. Okay, what do you want to know from this?
So I will tell you what the Google Translate tells me, and then maybe we ask the translator to translate for us.
Could be.
Google Translate,
Maybe better, yeah.
maybe the translator can translate the second paragraph of the letter in the middle.
So you can read it in Spanish and then he will translate it in English. So you read it in Spanish, read it in Spanish, and the translator will give us the translation in English.
Okay,
Good idea.
Very simple.